Please rise and join me for the flag salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. I would like to just take a moment to have a moment of silence for a community member that we lost recently. Richard Stacy was a member of our NCORE team, and he passed away in his sleep the other night. So if we could please have a moment of silence. Thank you, everyone. I know he will be greatly missed. At this time, I'd like to let you know that there's slips in the back right as you enter the front door. If you would like to make a comment, you can fill out the slip and turn it into Monique. Please silence your phones or electronic devices so we aren't interrupted during the meeting. And I think that takes us to the beginning of the agenda today, which is establishment of quorum, which everybody's here, and report from closed session. Mr. Carmel.
Thank you, Madam President. The board met for a special meeting closed session on May 12th to discuss the proposed cease and desist order for the impoundment basin we received from the Water Board, and the board unanimously agreed not to contest that cease and desist order. So that'll be considered by the Water Board at its July meeting, which is in Watsonville. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Carmel. Agenda reviews, additions or deletions, things that we need to take off right now. We will have a time to review consent agenda if there's anything on consent. But for right now, agenda review is additions and deletions to the regular agenda. Anybody? Okie doke. Then we go on to public comment. I've got one person, Kathy Mart. Is that pronounced correctly? Please approach the podium. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, I'm a citizen, 30 years here in Cambria. I'm also an escrow officer for Placer Title right here in Cambria. I currently process most of, if not all of the CSD assignments and transfers. I don't know if you're aware of how they all work, but I do have a concern with the CCSD transfers, and I wanted to bring it to the board's attention that I'm hoping you can look at the ordinance for the transfers for residential transfers. Currently, it requires any property that's involved in the transfers to be the same ownership, which means if we have 3 or 4 properties, one person has to be on title to all of them. Usually there's a buyer and a seller when you're doing this. And then you might have an alternate parcel. So one party has to go on title to all of these during the transfer. It becomes an issue. It can take a month to 3 months, and I'm choking on my gum, sorry, to go through the whole process. So while these people are on title, there could be a death. There could be a huge lien put on the properties that attach to the properties that we can't resolve, and we have a major issue. Currently, the commercial ordinance does not require same ownership. And sometimes the other residential have lenders involved. Oh, thank you. I won't choke to death. What I'm hoping is that you can look to your ordinance for residential and make the same requirements as commercial, where we have the same person owning their own property involved in this transfer. Everybody signs the documents, which makes sense because they all really should know about it. And then so I'm not having to deed people on title and then deed them off afterwards back into their own ownership. You have weed abatement notices that go out wrong. You have county property taxes that totally get screwed up with people going on and off title. It just is a major concern, and I'm hoping that maybe you could look at that in the future, near future, please, to maybe make that change. That's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate you bringing that to our attention. Ted Key.
Good afternoon. I just have a real quick, that's not a question, I guess. I sent letters to all the members of the CCSD regarding property that I think is going to be under construction soon. I hope you guys got that letter. Haven't heard anything back, so if you would kind of take a look for that letter. I'm curious as to the difference between the definition of what is a buildable lot, BRP versus the municipal code. So if you could take a look at that letter and, respond to me, that'd be great. Thanks.
Appreciate it, Ted. Is there anybody else for public comment? I don't have any other slips. Next item on the agenda is public safety, starting with the Sheriff's Department, please. Welcome.
Thank you. Commander Jim Vogue, Commanding Officer of Coast Station. Give you a little bit of a rundown what's happened this last month since we last met. We've had 108 calls for services in the Cambria area. The vast majority, or 26, so close to 1/4 of them, were suspicious circumstances, suspicious subject, and suspected criminal activity. And just depends how people want to phrase it. Something looking suspicious and people call, which is really good about our community because we have a lot of retirees and they look out their windows and they do call. So we probably stop a lot of crimes from occurring just because of their curiosity and their response to these. We had 5 phone scams. None of them were successful, thank goodness. 2 of them were grandchildren scams that I mentioned before, where your grandchild is in custody and I need money sent to me so I can properly represent them. And the other 3 were IRS scams, which should hopefully die off pretty soon since tax season is over with. Some notable incidents. On April 26, we had a suicidal subject parked in a pullout on Highway 46. CHP responded, 2 of our deputies responded, and we tried to get a mental health response team up there. He had his engine going, he wouldn't turn it off, and he was pointed over the cliff. When our deputy asked him if he wanted to talk to mental health, he said no, he's worked in the industry, so he knows all the games are going to play. So our deputy basically talked to him for 45 minutes, and we had a successful resolution. He turned off the key and he came out. So it's something that a lot of us could do, but it was really good that our deputy was able to do that. We had a 51-year-old transient arrested for methamphetamine, Oxycontin, and Norco at Center in Burton on the 27th. A little bit higher in our age bracket usually at 51. 2400 block of Burton, we had a burglary of costume jewelry taken from a residence. The door was left open when the suspect left the residence, but there's no evidence of forced entry. So I don't know if a lot of us in this community, because we live in such an idyllic community, it's not complete utopia, but it's close, but have a tendency of leaving their cars and doors unlocked. And unfortunately, suspects go around sometimes, and they won't break in, but if something's open, they'll go in. So I don't know if that was the case, but certainly it happens a lot around here. 2400 block of Langton, a resident reported that his Glock was missing. He suspected of his mother of taking it. His mother denied it. She didn't like guns. He's been missing it for about 3 months. So I don't know if it was a real theft of a Glock or a misplacement or something, but anyway, it's still a concern because it is a firearm. 2200 block of Leona, we had a probation search, resulted in the arrest of 2 individuals for drug paraphernalia. The object of the probation search wasn't home at the time, but she had other people there. 2800 block of Main Street, a child custody dispute resulted in an allegation of child endangerment because the mother was using heroin. She had just got out of custody a couple days earlier, and she admitted to using heroin the day before. So that was definitely an investigation that we look into, and that is endangerment when we have a parent or guardian using certainly controlled substances here, illegal controlled substances. Adult was reported missing and found on Moonstone Beach on the 9th. Seems like it was just a little misunderstanding. 700 block of Main, this is what I responded to personally from home. A jewelry store was burglarized. That was right over here in the West Village. The glass door and the window were smashed, and we're in the process of obtaining photos from the security system that was there. The alarm didn't go off until yours truly set it off, but and it was very noticeable when I went in. There's strobes and voices and alarms and everything. But anyway, we don't know why. It was just kind of an alarm problem there. But at least we do have photographs, so we'll work on that. 2200 block of Green, a subject was arrested for felony domestic violence and false imprisonment. Just to let you know, false imprisonment is when you stop somebody from their liberty. You keep them, you know, like locking somebody in a closet, or the old high school prank of putting somebody in a locker is essentially false imprisonment. A lot of people get that confused with kidnapping, where you actually move somebody from one place to another. She locked a person in a bedroom and locked the door and knocked over a barbecue, resulting in second-degree burns to the other party that was there. And she was arrested for that. 517, a transient received unwelcoming advances from another transient. She has left the area thanks to a generosity of a local church, and she didn't want to press charges. She just wanted the report being made. We had another transient on 518, punch a transient female in the face. This is one of these things. She already had a domestic violence restraining order against him. They traveled all the way from Riverside County to come to our beautiful location. And then he went back to his old tricks again. And so we are looking for him, and she did not want to press charges, but it doesn't matter. We're still looking for him. Rear plate was stolen from a vehicle parked on the 4000 block of West Street. And on the 19th, last but not least, a woman was drunk and disorderly at the lodge and was arrested for same. Occasionally it happens. The other thing I wanted to comment on, I know last time I was here, I know Director Thompson there asked about the fire department and about what laws we use as far as fire lanes go. There is a vehicle code section for that. There's also a county ordinance. They don't have to go through county ordinance anymore, because not only is there a vehicle code section that the fire department, CCSD, can post signs themselves, and it's also covered under a county ordinance that basically said what the vehicle code said. So with the long story short, I gave all the information to the fire chief and who to contact, and you can go ahead and start posting signs and painting curbs or do whatever you want. The enforcement of such on public property would be up to the CHP. For private property, it's up to the sheriff's office. So, and that's it for my report.
Are there any questions from any?
Yes, thank you, Commander, for that information. I think on many streets in town, one of the issues is that cars are parked on both sides of the street, and making it virtually impossible to get a car through there, much less a fire engine. And I think that's one of the things that we would want Chief Hollingsworth to address is perhaps parking only on one side of the street, so that that doesn't become an issue. And with respect to the jewelry store, you set off the alarm. Do you think the pictures that they have are going to be of you entering the store? Or
Well, I'm sure I'm in those photos also, but we can kind of disregard my photos. We do have the suspect photos. We think that two of them, were in there casing the place on Saturday. And this was early Monday morning when the smash occurred. But it's pretty, you know, I don't want to say this is a minor thing, but because it isn't. Anytime somebody takes they used a large object, a fire axe, and smashed the window. But anytime somebody does that to a jewelry store, it's probably not the most sophisticated criminal, because most jewelry stores do not keep anything under glass that's of real value, you know. the glass sometimes has more value when they break it than the items inside. They put things in a safe. So that doesn't mean it's, you know, it doesn't bother me, and certainly somebody that I want to catch, but I don't know if it's a local person. It could have been an opportunistic type thing, but it happened in the early morning hours, certainly on Monday night, or Monday morning, I'm sorry.
Thank you. Are there any other questions from directors?
Thank you very much for
Okay.
coming today.
Thank you.
Appreciate that. Next up for public safety is the Cambria Community Services District Fire Department Fire Chief Report. Chief Hollingsworth.
Good afternoon. I want to thank the commander for getting us that information. We just chatted beforehand, so we'll be able to start addressing some of the parking issues. It's become an obvious concern to us for a long time, and it looks like we're going to be empowered to actually take some action on this rather than running some kind of bureaucratic gauntlet. So hopefully within the next month, you'll start seeing some changes within the community. You have the report before you. We had a total of 87 incident emergency responses this last month. And just to keep you in the loop, we're still running at about the 3% capacity of the people that are not from this area. So there is a continued question as to how much of the services are we rendering to people that don't actually live here and help actually fund the emergency services here. We are expecting that to probably increase over the next few months as we get into summer, but we'll keep reporting that for you so you can have an idea of where we are. Part of the Fire Chiefs Association for this county is to establish different cooperative organizations for specialty response, whether it's urban search and rescue, prevention officers, fire investigation, hazmat response. And every agency pays money to be a participative component of that. And we also hopefully have members of the department participate in those. And the big reason behind that is if you work for an agency like Los Angeles City Fire Department, you can have entire bureaus with multiple people on staff to address fire investigations. Even an agency as large as San Luis City can't really justify having somebody on staff that specializes just in that regard due to the infrequency of some of the things that happen within the county. So these cooperative groups have representatives from every agency on there. And for instance, we have people on the fire investigative team in the Prevention Officers Bureau. And I'm happy to say that just within the last month, we've been able to add people wherein we used to have people there, but through attrition, they're gone, back to both urban search and rescue and to hazmat. That facilitates a much better, improved response to this area by being able to participate in other areas within the county. So we're just happy that we're able to continue with that. Our new apparatus is on schedule to be completed, hopefully by the end of August. We're planning on going out for an acceptance test and then hopefully being delivered in September. So it's still on schedule there. And the other thing I did want to mention is that just as a safety note, this coming weekend, Memorial Day weekend, is one of the most dangerous travel days during the year. All the studies show that July 4th is actually the most dangerous day, but the whole weekend as a whole, Memorial Day weekend, is historically the worst, with almost a 12% increase in fatalities for people driving over the weekend. So I just remind everybody to be cautious as you go out there, whether you're going camping or visiting or whatever it may be. I just hope everybody stays safe. And the last thing I wanted to bring up is that we're very proud to be able to bring on 5 additional reserves that actually bring us back up to the current level for staffing that we're looking to do. And we were hoping to be able to present them for you today, put on a little bit of show and tell and parade them before you. However, we had a very unique opportunity. Camp Roberts is burning over 100 acres of property on there, which they do as a fire prevention thing every year. They did that last minute, and I was able to get all of our personnel committed to that. It's a very unique training opportunity to be able to battle live fire in a controlled area. So hopefully we'll be able to bring them next month, but they're all committed for good cause at this point. So that's why they're not here. So over to you for any questions.
Thank you, Chief Hollingsworth. Are there any questions from directors? I know that we do have an item about the grand jury that later on in the agenda. Are you going to stay for that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you very much for coming today. And because our new reserve firefighters, we were going to have presentations, but we are going to pull that for the next time that they're available. I'm glad that you were able to get them out on a training opportunity.
which brings us then to the manager and board reports, starting with the general manager's report.
Thank
Mr.
you,
Gruber.
Madam President and board members. I'll make this as brief as possible. Just on infrastructure improvements, and I do have a PowerPoint. There's two things that we've done in the last week or so on infrastructure improvements. One is we've partnered with, and the ad hoc committee maybe can share a little bit on this, is we partnered with the San Luis Obispo County Energy Watch. They did a comprehensive audit of all of our resources and determined that there is an opportunity for significant improvements and cost savings within the wastewater treatment plant itself. And so we have submitted to them a plan, and we're pretty happy about that, and we're going to see where it goes. They don't per se give you money or loan you money. What they do is they provide you an opportunity through energy cost savings to offset the cost of your capital improvements through those energy source savings. So maybe the ad hoc committee can comment a little bit more on that. The other thing is Bob and I compiled a list. As you know, we're part of RAC, which is Regional Water Resources Advisory Committee through the San Luis Obispo County, and we are a signatory. We're part of that MOU. Through that process is where we got our $4.2 million for our sustainable water facility. That was through the Prop 84 process. Now there is Prop 1 money available, and I'm not sure exactly how much, but we did submit to them a plan. It's a starting process. Of course, like anything else, there's going to be a lot more work, and I did forward this onto the board. It's the wastewater treatment, nutrient removal, and efficiency improvements for the Cambria Community Services District. And so it's kind of a 1-2 punch at this point in time with the partner with the Energy Watch through San Luis Obispo County, and then we've asked for $3 million as part of the Prop 1 through the county through the Integrated Regional Water Management Plan. So we did get the paperwork into them on time, and we'll continue to work with them to make sure that we try to secure as much funds as possible. Real quick on the community's water supply, the board asked me to provide an update. Let me go back. I'm going to go back and just go ahead and through my quick PowerPoint presentation. And I'm going to take a break for a couple months after this, I promise. So this will be the last one you see for, we'll take maybe half the summer off on my PowerPoints. Go to the next slide, please. And yeah, but let me see if we can get to the next one. And this ties into infrastructure. We having technical difficulties? Yeah, just manually do it if you can for me. Okay, so this covers all departments. It's not just wastewater. I wanted to kind of give the community, if you could go back, there we go. These are crews started on the fire reduction project behind the state park. They dropped dead trees from behind the state park and brought the material down so it could be chipped or hauled away. There was about 12 trees that will be removed. Next slide, please. This is the water department, and this is our Pine Knolls tank, and we're required to dive those periodically. And if you look at the top slide, you can see a little bit of sediment. You can see on one side where the sediment is, and you can see the other side where it was taken out, vacuumed, if you will, and taken out of there. Pine Knolls tank's been online for quite a while, and so to have that amount of sediment in there really isn't that bad, but it's something we're required to do. William Bellis, who built our Fiscalini tank, he's the one that dives that and takes photographs of it and logs it for us. So it says sediment was removed from both the Pine Knolls tanks. These tanks have not been inspected since warranty inspection in 2008. The tank exteriors and submerged portions of the interior look great. There were only 3 pinholes in the underground portion of the coating, and they were touched up, so it was taken care of. And if you look at the bottom right-hand corner, this is the Pine Knolls tanks, our 2 biggest tanks. The rafters at the center support have problems with the coating on both tanks. There will need to be some work in the next 3 to 5 years. So with the Infrastructure Ad Hoc Committee, we're going to be starting on the water side next. We have quite a bit of work to do on the water side. When I got this, I immediately contacted William Bellis and asked him, Why the 3 to 5 years? In a perfect world, we'd want to go ahead and take care of this right now, he said, but this is normal for how old these tanks are, and he didn't seem overly concerned about it. But again, as we look out 3, 5, 7 years and we put a CIP plan together for the water side, these are the things that we need to include in our capital improvement plan to make sure that we don't allow this multi-million-dollar investment to get to the point where the Fiscalini tank was and the Stewart Street tank is. So next slide. This is the Fiscalini tank, the new tank. We've talked a lot about it. I think I've showed you slides throughout the construction of it. We did pay cash for this. You know, there was some concerns related to low interest loans and grants, and we're definitely going to be pursuing that, understanding the timeline now for the Stewart Street tanks. But this is the Fiscalini tank, completed, state of the art, and it looks great. Came in on budget and a little bit over on time, but that was because of the wet winter we had and some of the road challenges we had. Next slide. Another shot. That's an overflow right there. If you look at that to the right, that's if the tank overflows, it goes into a culvert. Next slide. So we had a large stick caught in one of the valves. Don't ask me how it got there. At one of the tanks, it was the Lamert tank, and so staff removed that stick from the. We think that it might have even been in there since the original installation, as you can see by how smooth it is and everything. So, but that was removed. Okay, and then you can see, and then here. Okay, so then I want to talk about you know, the community water supply. Community's water supply. Let me tie into this. So. When we got the readings for our last month's reads in town at the end of the month, the first part of May, we realized that there was a serious discrepancy between what we're producing, what we're pumping, and what we're billing. And the board understands how much we're talking about, you know, millions of gallons of water. So we've identified and repaired 3 leaks, but these are not the culprits. These are relatively small lines, although they do contribute to the overall picture of unaccounted for water. They do not represent the problem that we're experiencing right now, and I'll talk a little bit about that in a minute. Next slide. Here's some more. This was the leak at Kent Street. This is behind the Shell station. So again, this was repaired. Next slide. This is a leak on Sherwood that we fixed and repaired. Of course, these attribute to the problem, but resolving the problem. But it's not the big one out there somewhere. None of the problems we're running into too is because we had such a wet winter. We're seeing people were historically seeing springs, natural springs. They assume that it's a spring, and so if you see a leak, please, or you see water running down the road, please let us know. Call us. We don't want to assume that it's a spring. We want to assume that it's a leak. So, and we repaired one other leak in addition to this. Next slide. So we talked briefly about the infrastructure deficiencies as related to I&I intrusion and infiltration, especially during the heavy rains. We had a lot of manholes that were absolutely submerged, and what that did is created a lot of flow to the wastewater treatment plant, and caused us some challenges. Although we didn't violate our permit at all. We didn't have one SSO, a sanitary sewer overflow, not one during the heavy rains. But we ordered 25 new manholes, and these manholes lock into place. We've identified the worst areas. We're going to need to get some more of these. This is just kind of the tip of the iceberg, but it's a start. And we'll put these in place so no water will get into the manholes, which essentially will get into the collection system and into the wastewater treatment plant. Another one is the manhole is broken away from its footing. You can see we've repaired that. But when that happens, the velocity of the water shifts it away, and you got water pulling into your collection system. Next slide, please. The manhole lid was welded itself to the base. Those are some of the things that we're doing to repair. This is down by the ocean, one of our lift station. It comes right down the street and right into the manhole. So we're repairing that manhole to stop that water from getting to the plant. Next slide. The valve was replaced on one of the digesters. That's a brand new valve. And this old valve is broken and needs to be replaced. By next month, we'll have that replaced too. So these are valves on the digester, just ongoing, reoccurring maintenance. Every month, we're doing something to improve the infrastructure. Still got a long way to go, though. Next slide. Okay, so this is probably the most important piece of equipment that should have been installed at the wastewater treatment plant when we built it, and it's the influence screen. And a lot of the problems that we have at the wastewater treatment plant are attributed to not being able to remove inorganics when it comes into the plant. It fouls your aerators, it fouls your pumps, it's an ongoing maintenance nightmare. So we finally got the influence screen in April, and next month we'll be bringing the bids to the board. And if you look to so that's the influence screen right there. It's going to sit up on a platform on the right-hand side. I had them take a picture of where it's going to sit, and we're putting that out to bid, and we'll be bringing that next month, and that influence screen will sit on a platform, and we'll get that installed, and that'll start resolving a lot of the operational problems at the plant. Next slide. Oops. I think that might be it. Maybe not. This is Lift Station 9. You approved this last month. This is for approving the electrical upgrades. The SCADA panel in the photo will be moved from to a safer location above ground and replaced with a newer, much more efficient control panel. So this is a confined space, and we built all our lift stations, or at least the overwhelming majority of them. They're down in what they call a can, and it's a confined space. So what we're going to be doing is, you still have to go down in that hole to do maintenance, but now the control panel is going to be, that whole panel is going to be removed up above, and so now we can get readings and without having to go down in there. So that's what you approved from Touch Automation at the last board meeting. We appreciate that. And we're trying to do a couple of these a year, and that's it. So the community water supply, our San Simeon wells are still at about 20 feet. Our WBE, our Windsor Bridge East is about 6 feet, so that's doing really well. The Santa Rosa wells still have plenty of water in them. Our gradient is I wish it was a little higher, but it's right about at about 1 foot or close to negative, but it's not really a problem. The problem we do have right now is we have a major leak somewhere. And so what I instructed staff to do yesterday is I wanted them to start comparing what we're pumping versus what's going through the wastewater treatment plant. And that'll give us an idea of how much water we have. The way not to do it is wait till we read the town and then figure out where the water's going. So we looked at our production this morning. It was about 800,000 gallons. And we looked at what went through the plant, and it was about 400,000. I still think it's in the easement area between our San Simeon well field, along our PG&E easement right there. It's a marshy area. Staff's out there right now trying to determine if that's the area. But it's not these small leaks that we're fixing. We had one well in San Simeon run 24 hours a day last night. One of the options that I'm going to be looking at is immediately after is bypassing that, which would impact State Parks Campground, the Equestrian Ranch, and then the schoolhouse. They would be without water. But at some point in time, we're going to have to do that. And so we're reaching out to them right now and letting them know. But what we'll do is if that break is in that existing area right there, we would bypass that area entirely. And it's beyond, if it is in that area, which we think it is, it's beyond staff's capability to repair it. What we're going to have to do is we're going to have to well point the area, and we're going to have to dewater the ground, and we're going to have to get a professional contractor in here to dig it up. It's a 14-inch line, according to the drawings, and it's about 4 to 5 feet deep. But more than likely, and I sent the board an email before I came here, more than likely that's the problem area or something equivalent to that. And so Jason and Bob and myself and staff are taking this very, very seriously. and we want to resolve it as much as anybody else. But it is a serious problem, and I'll do my best to keep the board informed. Update on the sustainable water facility. All of our reports have been turned in on time. You know, we met with the Regional Water Quality Control Board, and they expressed their concerns at the district with regards to the not getting reports in on time. All of our reports, including the first quarter report for 2017 and the annual reports for 2016, have been turned in. The monthly self-monitoring reports has also been turned in. We are in correspondence with Regional Water Quality Control Board every day relating to the impoundment basin and sending them that data. We're still waiting for them to respond on our plan that we submitted to them with lowering the impoundment basins to its permitted levels. But today we're only about 6.7 inches above the permitted level. We're getting really good results from evaporation. So we're hoping that we'll hear from them by the end of the month, and then they'll go ahead and authorize us to truck that water to get it down to its permitted level, hopefully before the end of the month is over. Then there was what District Council Tim Carmel talked about, the cease and desist order. There are two components of that cease and desist order. One is a plan, a long-term plan within a reasonable amount of time to empty that pond, and the second is a closure plan with the caveat of repurposing that pond at some point in time. And so we've had conference call with CDM Smith. They're very, very receptive to helping us, assisting us with coming up with a plan on both those plans. So we're pretty happy with that. I'm trying to think of anything else in the sustainable water facility. We're still working on the job description. We don't anticipate having to run that facility this year, but Bob and I are still working on the job description, and as part of your budget, we funded it from December moving forward, so it's only funded for half the year in 2017, 2018. I've talked about the impoundment basin, the SEIR. These are some critical dates. We plan on having the SEIR done and circulated to public agencies, which is a requirement of CEQA, to public agencies by May 31st. And there is a 10-day period required by law for those public agencies to be able to review our final comments to all the comments in general. And then once we have that back, or once that 10-day period passes, we want to hold a special board meeting on June 15th to go ahead and certify the SEIR. So those are tentative dates right now. Circulation to all the public agencies, including our website, and then June 15th. So keep in mind, if there's anything else the board wants to add to the agenda on the 15th, if there's something you want to get in there, Michael Baker will be giving the presentation on the 15th. But if we're going to have a board meeting and we're going to gather, if there's anything else you guys want to add on there, just feel free to do so. The bids received for the Phase 1 East Ranch Park improvements, the bids came in, the lowest one came in at $302. We've incorporated that project at this point in time in its entirety within the 17-18 budget. Again, Patrick will be giving that budget presentation today, and then we'll have another opportunity in June. But as it stands right now, if the board chooses to keep that project in its entirety funded within the budget process, then we'll be moving forward. And in June, we'll be bringing that contract forward after you approve the budget for approval, with the start date for the East Ranch Park improvement scheduled for July 1st. I've talked with the contractor, and we anticipate having the project finished, which is grading, swales, and grading road work and the parking lot and everything by November 1st, and moving of the dog park. So the Stewart Street tank proposed repairs is in your fiscal year 2017, 2018 year budget. I want to thank the ad hoc committee, the infrastructure ad hoc committee and the budget committee. I wanted a new tank, but I'm happy with working with on grants low-interest loans for the next year and getting that thing designed. My response to the state on those repairs was, and I provided a table, is that we'll move forward with replacing the 7 panels that are bad and that 1 side panel that's bad. And that's going to give us another 3 to 5 years of life out of that tank, which I think is a good alternative, a good fiscal choice for us. And then in parallel to that, I'll make sure that I do everything I can to make sure we get that funded through grants or a low-interest loan. So in your budget, there's a $64,000 line item for those repairs for the Stewart Street tank, and then we can get that rusty roof fixed, and we can get those holes in that 1 hole in the side. I've touched on the budget. Patrick will be presenting that again for the community. It's a balanced budget. Thank you, the Finance Committee. Patrick and I got our marching orders. We were told to bring them a balanced budget, and we've done that. I continue to meet with the various ad hoc committees on a regular, ongoing basis. Update on the multi-jurisdictional hazard mitigation plan for the Cambria Community Services District and the Healthcare District. We're going to have a community meeting here on June 30th at 4 o'clock. And, what? Did I say June? I'm sorry, I was a month off. June 30th at 4 o'clock. May 30th at 4 o'clock. And so Cat 5 is going to be here. I got June 30th in my mind. Am I going on vacation then? No, it must be, it's July. But yeah, it's Vice President Sanders' birthday. That's why it was a special date for me. But May 30th at 4 o'clock, Cat 5 will be here. And that's really an opportunity for the community to review the plan. It's on our website. And if you have any changes at that point in time, just suggest those changes to them. Update on the FEMA claims. So we had 3 FEMA claims through OES, Cal OES. Those were all different storm events. They were all declared storm events. We have 4301, 4305, and 4308. I've been working with Cal OES and FEMA. They're going to be out all day tomorrow. We're meeting up at the fire station in the morning with all the department managers, and then we're going to be doing site visits. Everything we ask for, we may not necessarily get. They want some additional information on the lift station and the landslide area. They want to go out and look at the impoundment basin and things like that. So just because we submitted everything does not necessarily mean that we're going to get everything that we ask for. But they're coming out. I've been in a constant and ongoing dialogue with them, and so that's working out relatively well. Update on the recently attended Cambria Community Healthcare District Board of Trustees meeting regarding the expansion of the fire department. So per the Fire Ad Hoc Committee's direction, they brought a resolution forward. I helped them redraft that resolution, and they adopted it. But what we'll need to do next is the Fire Ad Hoc Committee and the Healthcare District Building Committee will need to meet, and we have a meeting scheduled for that, and to talk about where we are. But after I left the meeting, I was informed that there was an motion, and it carried on the floor regarding improving their existing facility. So we'll just have to talk about that and work through it. And so we'll keep the board up to date on that. I've already talked about the integrated audit from PG&E. Our CAL FIRE Forest, it's called a CCI grant program. We applied for the cogeneration facility again, and unfortunately, we were not successful in that. However, the caveat was that they strongly encouraged us to continue to seek grant funding. And I think that's important. We tried once, we weren't successful. We tried a second time, we weren't successful. But I think that we need to keep trying on multiple fronts. We have a meeting scheduled on June 1st. We've talked about this briefly before about the homeless challenges we have here in Cambria. I know that I was directed by the board a while ago to look into this and to come back with an answer. The pastor from the Presbyterian Church has really coordinated this. I told him I just didn't have the time to do it. And that's going to be at June 1st, I believe at 10 o'clock at the old Heritage Oaks Bank. And there's going to be probably about 45 stakeholders. I've worked with him on expanding the list to include county staff, the sheriff's department. He's invited the board. But it's an ongoing challenge that we have here in town. And I think that if, everybody working together and putting their heads together, we can come up with some, hopefully some solutions to make that situation a little better. I know it was a long report, but there's a lot going on, and I just thank you for letting me present it to you today. And if there's any questions, I'll be more than happy to answer them.
Do directors have any questions before we go to public comment? Yes, Director Thompson.
Just one, you mentioned the meeting regarding the homeless issue at 10 o'clock. And I had it noted that it was going to be at 1:30, so
You're right. It is 1:30.
and it's not June 30th. It's
See, I'm blowing these dates. See, I'm so glad I have you guys. You'd be showing up at wrong times and everything.
okay. So that meeting is at 1:30.
Yeah. Also, he said prior to it, if you could just bring some suggestions and ideas. He plans on having a series of these and getting the stakeholders involved in the community. So,
Any other directors? Director Farmer.
Yeah, I have a couple of questions. First off, you mentioned the Pine Knolls tank and that it hadn't been inspected since the warranty inspection of 2008. Is it normal to go that length of time without an inspection on a tank?
it shouldn't be. We need to be inspecting those, I would say, yearly as a part of our budget process. So I'm taking the information I was given from Jason out in the field. I assume that information is right, but to answer your question, no, we need to inspect those tanks more frequently. Those are important and expensive assets.
I'm going to ask the dumb guy question. How come that isn't taking place?
I don't know. Probably budget restraints. Now that we have a new water supervisor, I'm confident that those will be taking place every year.
Okay. You mentioned in your report with regard to water pumped versus water that was accounted for at the wastewater facility. I think that's what you said. And the difference was 800,000 gallons versus 400,000 gallons. I mean, those are the figures you gave.
Correct.
So you're attributing that to some major leak somewhere? Is that it?
I think we have. So as we looked at a 2-month period of time for all of March and all of April, we noticed that the unaccounted for water represented somewhere around 12 million gallons or 41 acre feet of water, a huge amount. Yeah, a huge amount of water. The disparity between the amount being pumped and the amount being treated is attributable to a large leak somewhere in the system. Somewhere in the system.
Yeah. And this has been going on for, you say, like at least 1 month, maybe 2 months?
Well, I think I got the readings from the town the first part of May, first week in May. So it's been going on for a considerable amount of time, and there is an accountability issue. I was the one that actually noticed it and discovered it, and I think now that staff they need to understand that production is something you look at every day. It's not something you look at on a monthly basis. The amount of water going through the wastewater treatment plant is something you look at every day. It's not just a Jason issue or a John issue. It's a CCSD issue. It's a finance manager's issue. It's a billing person's issue. It's a general manager. It's a district engineer, his assistant, water, wastewater. It has to be everybody looking at it. So it went on longer, Director Farmer, than I thought it should went on. I think that it's unfortunate, but I think we've learned from it also. So.
I guess we should be thanking Mother Nature for having provided us with a sufficient amount of water to deal with a problem like this.
Absolutely. And again, if it was in an area, and this is just from my experience, if it was in an area, in a residential area, it would be apparent. So that's why my feeling is it's in a remote area somewhere that isn't traveled very often. I still believe it's probably in that PG&E area, PG&E easement area back into that area. But I'll keep the board informed and let you know what's going on. By the end of the day today, if we haven't located, I'm going to bypass that area and just shut it off. And hopefully that will make a big difference. So.
I'd like to ask one more question.
Sure.
I think you mentioned toward the end of your report with regard to hoping to hear from the Regional Water Quality Control Board, I think by the end of this month, I think you said, with regard to when we'd be able to start trucking water from the evaporation pond
Correct.
over to the wastewater facility. So I just want to clarify this for the ratepayers of this community, not to embarrass you, General Manager Gruber, but we're still being fined on a daily basis until this takes place, right?
No, that's not true. So the Regional Water Quality Control Board submitted correspondence to us from April 18th, and we responded to that. Part of our response was 57 pages, and within those 57 pages, we provided them empirical data that showed that the integrity of the pond is not in jeopardy. The integrity of the pond, the line area is not leaking at all. We also provided them a plan that shows how we want to lower that pond to the appropriate permitted levels. We provided them three alternatives, and they endorsed one of them, and that was the trucking of the water from the impoundment basin to the wastewater treatment plant. The Regional Water Quality Control Board, and I'm not going to speak for them, has not indicated that they will impose fines. But however, it is in our best interest that we do try to get that pond down to permitted levels.
I wasn't necessarily suggesting that they would be imposing fines, but every day that we're over that freeboard limit, aren't we being fined? I mean,
No,
isn't
sir.
there $1,000 a day?
No, sir. They indicated in there that they have the authority to do that. I'm hoping that there is an understanding on their part that we're doing everything that we can to comply with them, including submitting our written plan to them. And the individual that would be handling that, I believe, is on vacation until the end of the month. But no, that's not the case. The pond has been in violation since the first part of January. So January, February, March, April, May. The $1,000 fine is a maximum fine. They have indicated that throughout correspondence is with the district, but they also have not indicated that that is going to be, those fines are going to be brought forward.
Well, I guess what I'm saying, and pardon me for taking,
No.
I know our meetings tend to go on far too long anyway, but basically what I'm saying is we're out of compliance. We may not ever get a fine for this, but that's still the case, right?
Yes, we're out of compliance, but it's because of, and I think the Regional Water Quality Control Board hopefully understands this, is that we're out of compliance due to things beyond our control, which was the inundation of the rains and the floods and the water crossing the county road. Since then, the county has gone into that area and done extensive work on their culverts or the drainage along each side of the highway, and we really appreciate the county doing that. But to answer your question without dodging it or jumping around it, yes, Director Farmer, we are in violation of the freeboard requirements related to that impoundment basin every day that it's not within the permitted range.
Okay. All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Director Behringer.
Yes, regarding the leak, if, State Parks is just now starting to get water from us. If you turned off if you bypass where you suspect the problem to be, you should be able to measure the effect, it sounds like, within a day, whether that bypass is working.
That's
Is
correct.
that correct?
That's correct. And so we won't unilaterally or arbitrarily just leave them off for an extended period of time. When you're trying to address and resolve something like this, it's a step-by-step approach to, so if we turn this valve off and we bypass that 14-inch line where we assume the leak would be, and the production drops off significantly, then we know that we've we've isolated that area, and then we need to go in there and repair it as soon as possible so we don't inconvenience the equestrian ranch and the state parks who are going to start using our water again, and the schoolhouse. If by shutting those valves off and we notice that it doesn't improve things, then we know that that's not the problem area. So with the Memorial Day weekend coming up, in anticipation of a lot of people being at the State Grounds campsite, I would not just bypass it and keep it bypassed. We would bypass it, and then if it looks like that's the problem area, then we would try to get in there and resolve it.
Okay, thank you. And by the way, this, in my opinion, we don't have to go bring a bid back to the board for this rag picker or this influence screen that's been not in operation for many years, or since the inception of the plant, and it's critical to keep that debris out of our plant. So if the board feels comfortable that the general manager is authorized just to take the lowest bidder on that particular project, I don't want to see it delayed for another meeting just because you want approval from the board. That's just my opinion on that one.
Thank you, Director Behringer. If we have no other questions, I have a couple, and then we'll go to public comment on this item. I'm not sure, is 400,000 gallons arriving at the wastewater plant? Is that usually what we're expecting to be getting per day?
Yes, that's about the average flow if you take out the I&I issue. So when we had really high water tables and we were getting a lot of intrusion and infiltration, the flow to the plant was considerably higher. And that might have been part of our problem in not identifying it earlier. We, up until recently, have been getting a lot of I&I into the plant. So the ratio, and I should have done a better job in explaining this, the ratio between what was being pumped and what was being processed through the plant, they were closer in line because we were getting a lot of I&I. As the rain stopped and the water tables dropped and the I&I was reduced, the gap between the two became larger and larger. So usually about 350, 400,000 gallons. And if you look at our run times on our pumps, and the gallons we're pumping out of the ground is considerably more.
The reason I was asking just mostly because it could be a combination of things. I know when we did the first 20% of the videoing of the collection system, we found a situation where the Regional Water Quality Control Board or somebody had, for measuring MTBE, had drilled a well right through one of our collection pipes. So I didn't know if there was maybe a combination of things, why we're having the difference between the two.
In that particular instance, that wouldn't show up. So you have your collection system, which is the wastewater side of things, and then you have your distribution system, which is the water side of things. This is definitely a distribution problem.
Okay.
Definitely a distribution problem.
Okay. And with the SEIR, June 15th, when will that date be no longer tentative? Will it be set, or is that something that we're going to have to do?
I think we can go with that date. I looked at emails before I came here. I think the May 31st is, Tim, I mean, you've been in contact. You want to comment on that, or is it, you think that the May 31st is the date? I think we've got everything done, don't we? Yeah. For the SEIR, I'm sorry.
As far as I know, we're on target to do it the 31st. Everything should be
right. So we
disseminated.
can. I just want to make sure that if we can set the June 15th for the hearing for the certification,
I
if
think
we would be doing that at today's meeting during the meeting, or we're going to do something later on. I just trying to make sure we're covered.
I think you can set it at the end of this meeting for future agenda
I
items.
think
All right.
so too, Madam President. Yeah.
Thank you. Two other quick things. The CCHD resolution. Can you just very, very briefly, I don't even know what that topic was. I think it might have something to do with cohabitating between CCHD and CCSD
Yeah.
Fire Department?
So there was
What was the resolution that was passed?
There was and maybe Director Sanders and the Fire Ad Hoc Committee
I
can
just was
can
confused
elaborate a
what the
little bit on
topic
this.
even was.
So when FEMA came out to evaluate the healthcare district's facility, it was originally determined that that doing the necessary remediation to that facility was going to be pretty expensive. and a dialogue started, and I'm not sure at what level, regarding, well, if it's not cost effective to remediate this facility, then is there other alternatives, what are called mitigation measures? And then the dialogue started about the possibility of expanding the fire station to house the healthcare district personnel. And so we met with the Fire Ad Hoc Committee, our Fire Ad Hoc Committee, and the Fire Ad Hoc Committee felt it was important for the CCHD to formally acknowledge through a resolution their desire to partner with, not partner with, maybe that's the wrong word, to formally request participation from the CCSD. So there was a resolution brought forward by the Board of Trustees at the last board meeting. I didn't have a chance to read the resolution in its entirety, but I did attend the meeting, and so what I did is and I've sent this to the CCSD Fire Ad Hoc Committee today, I essentially rewrote the resolution, because the language in the resolution said that the CCSD Board of Directors supported the expansion of the fire department. I indicated to them that that's a premature statement and it wasn't accurate. So I rewrote it to say that the CCHD Ad Hoc Committee has been considered, or deliberated over the possibility of. So I rewrote all the whereases. I went up to the podium and I said, what do you think of this friendly amendment to your resolution? And they accepted it. In parallel to that, we're trying to coordinate a CCSD and CCHD ad hoc committee meeting next week. We're going to have that and talk about it more. But when I left the meeting, it was my understanding, and I heard about this, that there was a motion made and it carried to move forward with the rehabilitation of the existing facility for the CCHD, which would mean remediating that hill, putting a wall there, and essentially rebuilding a good portion of their. The reasoning behind that, and I don't want to speak for the CCHD, is that if you just unilaterally abandon your property, and if you did want to sell it later on down the road, it would essentially render it worthless. So Trustee Gray and two others voted to support that. I believe it was Trustee Bianchi and Trustee Wood. And so it's my understanding at this point in time that that is the direction in which they're going to go. And but I still think we need to make sure that the two ad hoc committees get together and clarify all this. I don't think any of it was ever done to try to, make some assumptions or anything like that. I think it was just mostly derived from the visits by OES and the preliminary evaluations of the facility and what alternatives might be available. So I know there's been some press coverage in the Cambrian lately about it. Today, as it said, I think hold on for a minute or that type of thing. And I think that was a good story because we, as policymakers, the board, the ad hoc committee, need to discuss this. It's a major policy issue. There was issues raised at the healthcare district meeting regarding is it even a feasible option based on the original permits that were issued and things like that. I'm just the conduit. I want to make sure that it all stays above board and that there's open communications between everybody and that there's ongoing and continued deliberation and that you guys are not blindsided by anything.
Thank you. I appreciate that clarification,
Yeah,
Director
if I could
Thompson.
just elaborate just a bit. General Manager Gruber's discussion is certainly accurate. 2 points. One is that I think the decision at the health district was made in large part because it was determined from discussing with, I believe it was FEMA and OES, that that the funding would only be made available for the repairs to the building, and it would not be made available for any relocation. So that was point one. The other issue, as Vice President Sanders and I had determined, is that any discussion regarding expansion of the fire station needed to be a policy discussion at this board, and so that's why we in fact requested that they provide some resolution from their district so that we could then have this discussion at the board. So it's basically at this point pretty much, I think pretty much a moot point at this point until, you know, we have a lot more discussion. So.
Thank you. I appreciate that clarification. And just on the LHMP, thank you for having the workshop on May 30th. And I was May 30th, June 3rd, May 30th, May 30th, and at 4 o'clock, right?
Yes, ma'am.
I just want to make sure I got the time right too.
And just to comment on that too, if I might.
Yes.
Originally, the matter was going to be before this board today, but it was felt that there was a need for another public forum to review the local hazard mitigation plan as a multi-jurisdictional plan before coming to either board for approval. And so it was determined that it would not be to the detriment of the community to put it off a month because we were in process, and that we should have another public forum for community input, and then we could consider it at our next meeting.
Thank you, and that's one of the things that I wanted to bring up. I was interested in finding out whether this board would be interested in trying to coordinate a meeting with the board of the CCHD to do a joint approval kind of thing. I had checked with Mr. Carmel to see whether it was even possible logistically, and I don't know whether logistically with the 10 human beings and the staffs, whether it'll be logistically possible. But I wanted to see if there was any feeling on the board relating to whether or not just having a joint, I think it would say something to the community about our ability to cooperate. It's a pretty straightforward situation where there's not a lot of controversy about the hazard mitigation plan, and it could be good for this board to hear what that board has to say, kind of as a whole. I think it might enhance the discussion, but that's a decision that this board, I wanted to see what you guys thought about that. Any thoughts?
Well, I think it has some merit. If you would want to call it, I mean, that would really be your call in terms of whether or not to have another meeting or to have a joint meeting with the health district. And so I would suggest perhaps that you communicate with Chairman Putney and see if that's their pleasure.
As long as I've got a consensus from a majority here, I mean, I'm willing to reach out. I just didn't want to be doing that before.
I'm not. I don't think there's any necessity for it. I think it. You know, we can support the other district without having a joint meeting. I think it complicates things a little bit, and certainly if it even stopped anything for another day, I think government moves slow enough. And but whatever the president thinks is appropriate.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Vice President Sanders.
I think it's okay, as long as the agenda is limited to just the local hazard mitigation.
Absolutely, that would be the only item on the agenda. It doesn't make sense to do anything else, especially with the other issues that are going on. Yeah. All right, then I will reach out to Chief Putney. I've got 2 requests to speak on this item. Thank you for your patience. First one I have is Dick and Celia Moore. Followed by Ted Key.
Thank all of you for looking out for our interests. I'm here to talk about and get your thoughts regarding the recent fine of over $53,000 that was imposed on CCSD because of chronically late reports. Yes. Chronically late. If I may, I'll just read a very short, this is from the Water Quality Board's report regarding their decision to fine CCSD for that amount of money, $53,000 and change. This is a review of basically of general manager's actions regarding the request. Here, I'll just read it. During the first year of operation, the discharger, that's us, repeatedly failed to meet its reporting requirements. The violations continued despite assistance from Central Coast Water Board staff, which included A, revising the monitoring and reporting program on October 7th, 2015 to eliminate duplicative monitoring, B, developing a spreadsheet monitoring tool for timely report submittals, and C, sending reminder emails when report due dates were fast approaching or overdue. Reading this, what one certainly I was struck by was the attitude of arrogance by the general manager in cooperating with the Water Quality Board. I'd like to know if each of you is satisfied that it will not happen again. That's my question.
Thank you. Ted Key and I will address the response to that question after we hear from Mr. Key.
Hello again. I want to I'm not going to talk about the SWF, well, that's a whole another issue itself, but I wrote a letter to the editor a couple weeks ago talking about the business of solving leaks. I'm very encouraged by what you're saying, Jerry, about getting on this infrastructure and solving this leaking problem. And if I understand you correctly, you're pumping out a little over 2 acre-feet a day, and you're only getting a little more than an acre foot back, which means you're losing a lot more water than right now. We are losing a lot more water than I had even anticipated. So clearly we got to get on this ASAP. I was speaking with a gentleman that I know who's working on desal for the ag industry, and he mentioned to me that there are sensors that you can run through lines. You might want to check with Bob about sensors. It might save you a whole lot of time, effort, and money to check out these sensors that might be available for you to check out where this water is leaking, because you got to get on that in a hurry, because free water is going to waste, and that's not a good thing. The other thing I wanted to say is that I don't know what you're going to do about the health location there, but if you do move that health location, you have an opportunity in that location to put up some public parking, which would be very useful for the East End, which is obviously being overparked right now. So it's a possibility for you to, do something with that. So those are the two main things. So all I can say is keep after this water loss. You may find that you want to look at I understand we got 60 miles of distribution line here in town, and let's face it, God knows how old it is. So I suspect you could probably put meters on the individual trunk lines and determine what's going in and what you're billing will give you an idea of where the real big problems are. So I wish you all Godspeed in solving a 50% water loss. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Key. General Manager Gruber?
Madam President, one thing and board I forgot to mention is, and this is not an excuse, it's just indicative of what happens in a wet season, is that we have had so much rain and in many instances, in a distribution system, especially an older one, when you get the ground saturated and it starts to dry out, you have the waving of the pipes, and so I would attribute probably this situation over in part to that, not in its entirety, but I've seen it over the years happen when you get a real wet season. You run into problems associated with your distribution system and your collection system, only because the pipes are put together by joints, and when that ground settles and dries, it has. But I forgot to mention that in my general manager's report.
Thank you, Mr. Gruber. I wanted to address the issue on the late reports that the general manager did report in his report, both the written and orally today, regarding the reports being submitted on time and continuing forward, getting with that. I appreciate having that information in your report, and I hope that continues so that we are on top of that. And I appreciate the comments Mr. Moore made relating to that. So I think that, at least for me, I'm not going to speak for the rest of the board, but I feel better knowing that we're getting the information that reports have been submitted. It'll be obvious when they stop being reported about. Hopefully, it'll be obvious. I'd like to take a five-minute break right now, and then we'll come back for board reports. We've got ad hoc committee reports and liaison reports. I would like to start with the liaison reports. So if you attended a meeting on behalf of our board and have something to report, please, let's start with Director Behringer.
The one, I've gone to many meetings, but one, the NCAC, I did attend the NCAC meeting. There wasn't any real activity I announced other than the fact that I did give them a heads up on the potential vast leak that was happening, because I had gotten that email just prior to the meeting, and I knew it was going to become public. So, but otherwise, there's nothing to report from the NCAC.
Thank you. Director Farmer.
I have a couple of reports. First one from the Forest Committee. So the Forest Committee met on May the 10th, and they reported that the weed abatement workshop that was on the previous Saturday was very successful. Several vegetative workers, the term they used, attended. Oh, I'm just saying. And 5 of them, and right, and they actually had a bilingual translator there as well. And so five 5 local people were certified for professional weed abatement. So in other words, being aware of not, how could we say it, not destroying native plants in the process of weed abatement. The folks at the Forest Committee, Christine Heinrich especially, still seeking funding for the publication of the Invasive Weed Guide. And even if we can't get it published, so you can go down and, let's say, get it at the library or purchase a copy yourself, hopefully it will be available online, very soon. Also, there's going to be a presentation this coming Saturday with regard to heritage tree status, a presentation at the Chinese temple, at Green Space, and that's going to be in conjunction with the Heritage Day celebration at the Cambria Historical Museum. And also, they address the need to cut down and remove thistle at the area of Ludlow and Emerson, which they feel is CCSD property. So I thought I'd bring that to our attention. And then finally, since I walk through Strawberry Canyon every day, and there's some migrating birds that are in the area. They're usually only here for about 2 or 3 weeks out of the year, and they have one of the most charming songs that you could hear, and they're just here for a short time, and they just do that tweet thing that we don't have normally here. So if you have the opportunity to walk through Strawberry Canyon, especially now that it's pretty much dried out, you can listen to these guys just talking back and forth. And I wish I knew what they were saying, but sometimes I wonder what I'm thinking, so there we go. And I also have a report from the Friends of Fiscalini Ranch meeting. There are going to be docent walks for June and July, in case anyone is interested in that. The Wildflower Show of late last month, and I think it was like April 30th and May 1st, was the most successful in history, the 13th annual one. It was the most wildflowers ever collected. I think it was over 600. Usually it's somewhere in the upper 400s or low 500s. So the most people attended, most funds raised, and it was the best outreach event that we've had. All the ranch trails have been reopened, but there's also, because of the heavy rains, an explosion of invasive plants due to those heavy rains, and so staff is working hard to aggressively control their spread. We want to thank Carlos for being involved with that. Also, slowly moving forward regarding eucalyptus removal, the just under 2 acre area just above, right on Huntington Drive, just above our lift station. The time frame is not determined, and they're also going to be removing Cape Ivy at the same time. There's still the Friends of Fiscalini Ranch there, still working on a digital topographical map of the ranch that's going to be available ultimately to the public, and that's going to cost about $10,000. They also renewed keeping the 2 banners on Main Street that remind us to use water wisely. And finally, and I should have mentioned this earlier with regard to the trails being reopened, they are going to be, the FFRP, creating and installing trail identification signs, because they're finding that people that are traveling here from out of town, as well as folks that live here, actually wind up getting confused as to where they are, especially up in the wooded area. So there you are. That's it.
Did you want another? Yes, Director
Yeah.
Thompson?
Yeah, Harry, I often get confused about where I am too, so that's not. Just a couple points. I did attend the Fire Safe Focus meeting yesterday, where they discussed the local hazard mitigation plan and the process for that, so that they've been involved in that process. Additionally, it was also announced that we did not receive the biomass grant, and Alan Peters, who's the forester in the area, is going to check and see if he can get some information as to why we were not selected, because we thought we had a pretty good shot at it given our situation here. So, and in addition, Senator Monning's representative was in attendance, so he's going to, as he said, sniff around to see if he can get some information also as to to what the thinking is in Sacramento on that. One other point that was made and of interest, I think, to perhaps some of the folks, with respect to home insurance, apparently there's a company called USAA, which is indicated that they give 10% off of homeowners insurance for communities that are fire-wise communities, which we have been designated. And there will be a webinar on June 1st at 11 a.m., and I'm sure about that, which will detail the process of how that company insures properties in fire areas. And that might be of interest to members of the community. And to get the web page is cafireside.org/events. And so again, if anyone wants to check out that webinar, I think it might be a good thing. Did you mention, Director Sanders, the ad hoc fire meeting where we reviewed the response to the grand jury, or we'll talk about that later?
It's on the agenda.
Okay, good.
For action later on.
Yeah, and one other thing I want to point out, and I should have mentioned it when we had the moment of silence for Richard Stacy. His parents, Walt and Doris Stacy, are moving to Florida after the first week in June, and they will be honored at the Memorial Day ceremonies Monday at 11 o'clock in recognizing their service. Walt has been a American Legion member for over 70 years. He was a pilot in the Navy, I believe it is, in World War II. And Doris was Rosie the Riveter. So again, after Richard's death, they're moving to Florida to be with another of their sons. And so anybody that knows them, it'd be really nice if you came and wished them well.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Director Thompson. I attended the Board of Supervisors meeting when they considered the GMO and their resource management update to make sure that there was no confusion about what it was that the district had requested relating to the levels of severity and some of the changes that were in the draft. And they were not confused, so success on that front. I do want to mention that the Coastal Commission is coming to meet in Cambria in September, and we are still working on what we're going to do in terms of a reception and things, and if anybody is interested in participating in helping host the commission here in Cambria, please get in touch with me. You can call the district too to try and get that going forward. We were supposed to have a meeting with the Executive Director of Coastal Commission, Jack Ainsworth. That was unfortunately canceled. We being General Manager Gruber and Vice President Sanders and I. Hopefully that will be rescheduled sometime relatively soon. And that's it for me for meetings. Let's talk about ad hoc committee reports. I think the fire committee. Did you have something other than the grand jury?
Director Thompson, I think everything's been pretty well covered in terms of our deliberations on that committee.
All right, infrastructure committee.
Yes, one of the things that we were finally able to do, and by we, General Manager Gruber, Wastewater Supervisor John Alchin, Director Behringer, and myself, we met with John Greiser and Jordan Garballo, who are two gentlemen from Energy Watch, and this is from the Planning Department, and they coordinate with Pacific Gas and Electric to assist us in doing what we can to do as efficiently as possible deal with costs of electricity for the district. And John Alchin came up with a fairly extensive list of areas where we could work on to lower our electricity costs. And we met on Wednesday morning, and he had that list by the end of Thursday. So I just want to compliment John. I think we all know that he's doing a really good job, and that was another indication of that. And one of the things is that there are funds out there available to us through Energy Watch to help lower our electric costs. And unfortunately, we haven't been following up on this opportunity as well as we should have, but it appears that we've finally gotten this going. And I've talked with John Greiser a couple of times on the phone, and feel very positive about, like I say, moving forward. And this might not be a huge amount of money, but every little bit helps, and taking advantage of what's out there and available here in the county is a good thing. So that's probably the most important thing that we did this past month, and I'm grateful for that. And I do want to say this, by the way, you were talking about the energy audit that PG&E put together. This is for our water and wastewater. I mean, it's a fairly extensive document here that they came out and put a lot of time and energy into, and John Greiser was involved with this. So this is something that we can take advantage of, meaning our committee. Director Behringer and I talked on the phone this morning, and I'm just going to be really honest, and I think we're probably feeling a little frustrated that it's been 6 months since we were appointed to this committee, and I think it was anticipated by this point in time that we would have accomplished more. And we have had meetings with General Manager Gruber and John Alchin and Bob Greshens. We've taken tours and this type of thing. But I think both Director Behringer and I are feeling a little disappointed, frustrated. We're not pointing fingers at anybody. We're hoping to get things more up to speed as we move forward, and be more responsive to what needs to be done and represent this community as best we can.
Director Behringer.
Madam President, I'm not seeing so much frustration. It's kind of the Infrastructure Committee has a lot of responsibilities, and it's enormous. And the amount of we do feel that we have a good grasp on the wastewater side. We're just touching on the water side. And then we're going to have to look at other facilities and resources, and it's operational issues are being handled by staff, and it's obvious that there's a lot of work being done for water and wastewater, et cetera. And the issue is the board expecting a comprehensive report by June? It's just not going to happen. We don't have the resources. And is the board asking us to drive the ship, and have things go, or should we? I got indication today that there's a CIP for water that needs to be updated, and then we might have other issues as far as from the administrative department. There's some software that wants to be bought, and we're going to have to kind of look at that. So I think I'm just giving you a heads up that we're going to try and move forward as much as possible. One thing that's very clear, we have a CIP that we reviewed for wastewater. We think that it's well thought out, it's prioritized, and there's a vast amount of money, I'd say at least priority one issues, about $600,000 that is not in the budget at the moment. And if you take advice from our committee, it's that on the wastewater side, we need to balance income and expenses. One of the things that's in there is a new rate study. We do need that enterprise fund must be balanced, and it isn't. So I don't know how much longer we're going to just ignore the fact that we're going to have to address that. Either the non-funding of any CIP for wastewater, I believe Director Farmer and myself would believe is unacceptable. And so we need to address that issue.
I'm hoping we can have that discussion as part of the Budget Committee. I'm just going to take a couple of minutes here to head us back to the goals at the beginning of the year, which is now that we are a little less frantically trying to make sure we're not running out of water like we had been in 14 and 15, and we're getting close to a light at the end of the tunnel on the SEIR, and we're going to be firmly in the CDP process. This board needs to, in my personal opinion right now, hopefully I will get a consensus here, that this board needs to be planning for the longer term and doing things like helping push along the CIP programs and priorities so that we can make sure they get funded. And I want to what I'm looking for in June that was part of the plan for the year that I'm hoping we can get to is it too much to have infrastructure be water and wastewater? It seems like it would make sense, but that's a question that I think the committee would be positioned to answer. And then what policy questions going forward can we help with? So, because we don't need to be in the operations, and as you said, relating to the influence screen, you know, we set policies and we set a budget, and these are the projects that are within that budget. And so setting these things at a policy level, then hopefully our meetings aren't as long because we're not dealing with approving or ratifying operational issues, but we're actually doing things like prioritizing and setting policy about whether it's more important to do X first, or more important to do the energy-wise, or more important to do whatever it is. So, and the fire, I would hope that the fire ad hoc committee would be looking too to what are the issues policy-wise that the board really needs to be looking at. Because if we can focus on the longer term, that leaves the general manager to focus on the day-to-day and making sure that things are going forward. But we have a longer view in terms of both the money and what the district needs for maintenance and for new infrastructure and various other issues relating to policy. Vice President Sanders.
Yeah, it seems to me the infrastructure committee is on the right path. I think what we need is a comprehensive capital improvement plan with a budget. And once we have that, we can prioritize what needs to be done, and then it's a matter of finding the money one way or another. But without a comprehensive capital improvement plan, I think we're just kind of ad hocing it as we go along, you know.
I tend to agree with that, and with there's also a comprehensive maintenance plan that goes along with the capital, you know, whether you have a replacement policy or that, and that would go for equipment that's more major equipment for the fire department too, would be when is it time that we do maintenance and when is it time that we do replacement, and what kinds of things can we get grants for, and so, and helping focus those things kind of on the bigger picture. And this is what happens when the district sends me to a CSDA training, is that I really do want to make sure that what we are doing is focusing on the good of the community for the longer term, and that frees up the general manager to do the day-to-day work that needs to get done. So what I'm hoping to hear from the committees is whether or not you think that it would be worthwhile, and why it would be worthwhile to make it a standing committee. Why would it be good to have a standing committee for fire or for infrastructure, for that matter, or for any of the other issues? We have a standing committee already for the parks and recreation with pros. So what are the things that could benefit the board or the district by making those standing committees? And if there isn't a good enough benefit, then maybe we shouldn't. But it would seem to me that having an ongoing committee could be valuable.
But that's what I'm hoping to hear from the infrastructure and the fire committee. I think the pros commission is a pretty solid committee, and they're providing benefits to the board as advisory. But again, we don't want to be just having committees just to have committees. We want to have them if they're going to be helpful in either clarifying or getting down into weeds that maybe we don't need to have a discussion at the full board, or if we go, or if it's just helpful for reducing the amount of time we have to spend during these meetings because it's been vetted through a committee that's maybe with citizens as participants or maybe not. I mean, that's kind of the question. I think that now that we're not in an emergency any longer, I think this board could do with some introspection and trying to become even better at what we're already good at, hopefully. Director Farmer.
Yeah, I just want to make a couple of comments. First off, just a couple of minutes ago, Director Sanders addressed the need to have a capital improvements program. Now, I don't know if he was talking about the entire district or just water and wastewater, but this is the capital improvements program that Bob Greshams and John Alchin worked on, and they worked very hard on this, because it's not just for this coming fiscal year, but all the way out to year 23 and 24. And for this coming year, there were a number of projects, about 10 of them, that needed to be addressed rather quickly, and it was going to cost about $1.25 million. And pretty much all of them have been removed so we could balance the budget. So I just want to mention that.
Well, wait, hang on, Director Farmer. I'm aware of the document you've got, but it needs to see the light of day. It's got to come to the board. The board has to make a decision about whether or not to implement it.
Yeah.
I can only say this, that no matter how much we may at times, let me back up. We have hired a chief engineer and a wastewater supervisor, and we must go on I would say this, these are competent people with regard to putting this information together, and the fact that they've done that, and it's not really being, you say this needs to come before the board to get approval from the board. So maybe we should put that on next month's agenda?
Of course. Yeah,
Maybe so.
I think you're misinterpreting what Director Sanders was saying, is that, and maybe it's our fault, we should have been, we knew that it was in front of the Budget Committee. I'm sure the Budget Committee saw this document. And as part of our June meeting, rather than waiting any longer, that CIP is one that we should be officially endorse and present to the Budget Committee. And also on the water side, we should do the same thing. So it's not that there isn't favor by other people on the board. I can tell just from body language and statements from both President Rice and Director Sanders that you can tell they're not going to ignore it, but the time they put a budget together was balanced. They balanced it without putting the CIP in it. But I also have a strong feeling that Director Sanders just said it, let's put it before the board and let's figure out what's, maybe by our recommendation, what's most important and immediate, and then how do we pay for it? Linking the two things together, and I think that's what they were waiting for. And we right now we don't know how to pay for it yet, but I think the board as a whole will come up with a policy to make it happen.
And having the CIP as part of the budget process could make that meeting rather long. But I do think that it is important that as a board we make sure that the CIPs that are chosen, yes, they're the experts, but there's also certain certain priorities that the board has set and certain priorities that we have to meet relating to the regional board, relating to other regulatory agencies. And so having all of that information is necessary, but there's a reason why they're not in the budget right now, and that has to do mostly with having the board. I mean, the budget committee can look at the CIP, the infrastructure can look at the CIP, but until we have a discussion as a board about it, I think that it's not like it's a done deal at this point.
No, and there's, Director Farmer, as you well know, there's more to it than just putting a list of projects on a piece of paper with an engineer's estimate as to the cost. The $64 question, the big elephant in the room, is where's the money going to come from? And that's a very, very serious issue that we're going to have to deal with. We're talking about a list of projects that runs into the many millions of dollars, money that we don't have. So we have to figure out how we're going to either create a revenue stream or obtain grants or whatever, but the money has to be there. Otherwise, adopting a capital improvement budget or a capital improvement project program is just an exercise in a vacuum. It won't go anywhere.
Let me say this. When we go through the budget here and expenditures and that type of thing, perhaps I can point out a couple of areas where we might be able to address that. But I do want to say one thing, that first and foremost, even though we seem to be spreading ourselves out as a services district, we are essentially a water and sewer and services district, and everything else is relatively secondary in the scheme of things. And that's what we should be focusing on as to where we are, spending our money to meet the needs of the community.
Well, you'll find a lot of disagreement about the comment that you just made. Anybody in this community who has had their life saved by a Cambria Fire Department paramedic would differ with you.
No, initially, the CCSD was to provide water and sewer. And like I said, we've spread ourselves out. I have no quarrel with our fire department and the quality of work that they provide. That's not what I was saying.
Well, if you look at the budget, the lion's share of the property tax revenue, for example, goes to the fire department. That's a major revenue source. The water and wastewater funds are required to be standalone funds, and ideally, they balance. Revenues equal expenditures. We have a proposed budget that we think does that. Where the rest of the money would come from to do what you're suggesting now is a mystery to me. We just don't have it.
Okay, well, as we move forward in this meeting, I'll at least point out one or two things. Okay, thank you.
And I think that there are some items probably on the capital improvements program that's currently in the draft that you guys have been looking at. There's probably some of those projects would actually save us some money in the long run in terms of monitoring or testing. I mean, there could be things in there that would help reduce some of the other expenses that would be involved in. So it's a complex thing that I think it's important to have a discussion as a committee on. Mr. Gruber.
And I'll make sure that, it's a priority to meet with the infrastructure committee and start on the water side of things. And I can understand and appreciate their frustration. I just think that it needs to be up there on our priorities, and if we need to meet on a regular basis to get that done, we'll do that. We have the wastewater side done, but we need to start on the water and then bring it forward and discuss discuss long-term planning, financial ways and means in which to do it. But I can understand whether.
Yeah, maybe as a clarification also, I think Director Farmer and I agree that the CIP isn't so much an improvement. If you look at the priorities, it's operational in order to keep that facility operating at any degree of efficiency. They're almost maintenance issues. Yes, it's a capital change, but it's certainly something that doesn't require an EIR or anything. These things can take place as soon as the funding is available. So if we put the high priority capital improvement projects within the enterprise fund of wastewater, it's clear from the outset that it's not a balanced fund. And anyway, that's enough clarification for the board.
Thank you. I appreciate that, and I appreciate your indulgence. We have one more ad hoc committee, which is the water supply ad hoc. Would you like to?
I think the only significant thing to report is that the environmental impact report for the regular coastal development permit for the sustainable water facility is on track. I think the June 15th date for a special board meeting for certification of that document is reasonable based upon what we know today. And so I think we ought to set the meeting date and make it happen.
Okay, I think that's a recommendation we can take up at the future agenda items at the end of the agenda today. I don't have any requests to speak. Then we go on to consent, and I have a couple of questions on C, but I don't think they should prevent me from having to have a separate vote on it. So I don't think it needs to be pulled. I just have a couple of questions. So, okay, you do.
Are you talking about the consent agenda? Is that what you're
Yes,
talking
consent agenda. Item 6C is the one I had a couple questions. Would you like to ask your questions first? Sure. We'll do these first, and then we'll approve consent after we have our questions.
After plowing through this ream of paper with, seven or eight different proposals, close. However, I was impressed by the fact that we've received a wide range of proposals from all over the state, in essence. So I guess that the single audit for municipalities and special districts is a pretty popular proposal for consulting or for CPA firms. Basically, I have one question. That's with respect to the recommendation for selecting David Bruner. Now, his was the lowest proposal, but in reading through it, I did not see where part of his work plan included presentations to the board after his work was done. Does he understand that we will expect to see him here?
Yeah, he understands that. I actually talked to, he currently audits 3 larger public agencies, a couple of CSDs in a city, and I talked to all 3 of them, and I asked about his presentation, if it was well received by their board and the council, and they said it was. So yeah, he's aware that he has to make a presentation.
Okay, thank you.
And that's included in his proposal?
Yes.
Okay.
Director Farmer.
I'd like to pull 6A as well, just to make a couple of comments on the expenditure report. And are we going to discuss 6C a little bit more in length?
We just have questions. If you would like to have it pulled for a separate vote, we can do that.
I would just like to bring up a couple of observations that I made before we vote on the expenditure report.
On the expenditure, okay. Do you have any questions on item C?
On item C, in reading through The RT Dennis and their proposal, which is the next one following the lowest amount that was, given to us that the district wants us to approve. Their profile, their experiences, their references seem much more impressive than the people that we're considering. And I think we ought to take a step back. The difference, I think, was about $30,000. And as I said, what they presented to me made more of an impression than the other one. I'm sorry.
Bruner.
For David Bruner. That's just my humble opinion. And I'm no expert. I balance my own budget at home. That's the best I can do. But with regard to these two, if I were to, looking through them, just these two, the difference, the impression that it made upon me and how they presented themselves, I would wish that we would just further reflect on that. Thank you.
Director Berenger.
I'll weigh in on that a little bit. I agree that perhaps that was the case. I think the third one down was Crosby, and isn't that who we've been using for all this while? And they were priced even higher. And I think it's time for a change. I think it just makes sense to have an auditing firm not know you too well. And I also think that the lowest bidder in this case is one that, with good references, I would endorse the saving the funds. But maybe they're not good marketers, but the references were very good.
And my concern is with our finance manager planning retirement and a new financial software program on the horizon in our budget potentially. I'm not sure that, I also read through all of these proposals, and I was a little concerned that maybe this amount and what this person is providing is maybe a little anemic for what we might need this coming year. But I could be wrong about that. It just seems like when you have somebody that's proposed at $9,000 a year and the other ones came in around 20 to 30, it kind of concerned me, especially with the changeovers we've got coming forward. If it doesn't seem like a concern, that's great. Maybe, I don't know if there was a particular reason why we went for a 5-year, because, and if there's no kind of probationary year at all. I understand that, I know for me, since I work for myself, I like to have security knowing that I've got going forward a number of years of steady income. But I would like to know that the district also, if we find that that Bruner isn't able to provide what we need for the price, I'm kind of concerned we're going to see the price change.
As part of the discussion, Madam President, maybe we could ask Mr. O'Reilly to comment on the fact, if there's an early termination, that's one thing. Also, as part of the discussion, I tend to think over in the last 4 years for sure, that the state of the finances, what Mr. O'Reilly has brought to the table, it makes things so much clearer, so much easier. And what the auditor is going to do is make sure there aren't any leaks in the system, so to speak, and he's not going to reinvent the way we do things. I think the challenge is to get a good replacement in the event our finance manager does in fact retire, and that's going to be the challenge, not so much the auditing firm.
And with data migration going on probably near about the same time when they would be coming, we just need to make sure that the timing is going to work, because migrating the data out of the old system into a new software system can also cause a flub up that we don't want to end up getting behind on our audits. And I'm sure that these are
considerations Patrick has already made, because Patrick has whipped our financial house into much better shape than it had been prior to him coming on board. Director Thompson?
Yeah, for the same reason I still go to Los Angeles for my CPA, because, there's a history that, that CPAs have on the work that they do. And I suspect that's one reason why we go for 5 years, because then they have this historical background. The question, if we're not pleased about the work, is there in the contract a termination clause that can be invoked if we think we need to go in a different direction?
We'll include one.
Yeah, although for reasons of optics, it's never a good idea to fire your CPA if you're a public agency. I mean, once we, as a practical matter, once I think we select a CPA for the next 5 years, unless there's a very egregious problem, I think we're pretty much stuck.
Could I make
Yes.
a couple of comments? One,
Please.
we chose 5 years because, well, the state has a law now that says you can't exceed 6. And so 5 seemed appropriate. It also affords the firms an opportunity for continuity. And as you can tell by looking at those bids, they put a lot of time and effort into preparing them, and they don't want to have to do that every year or two. We did get more than I expected to get. We got them from very well-qualified firms. I mean, I was impressed. I didn't think we'd get nearly that many responses. So I think 5 years is a reasonable length. As far as the ability of Mr. Bruner and his firm, he does do the city of Biggs. And Biggs is not a huge city, but it's much more complex than we are. Cities typically have 30 or 40 funds, and they each have to be audited separately. Some of them are really small, but they have gas funds and street funds and all kinds of capital project funds. And they're very pleased with his performance. So I don't harbor any thoughts that he would be unable to do our audit. We really have a fairly simple process. We only have 3 funds. I think that the first audit will be for the fiscal year ending next month, June 30th, so it won't have anything to do with the new software. Very likely may not have anything to do with the software next year. It may be we don't implement until the following July, which in a lot of ways makes sense. So I don't have any concerns, but I also don't have a dog in this fight. If you want to spend more money for somebody else, that's perfectly fine with me. Any of these firms could do the work.
Director Berenger.
To end the discussion, as long as this is on the consent agenda, I would recommend that we, in voting for the consent agenda, we take the recommendation by staff as Berliner CPA Inc.
I agree.
Okay.
It was Bruner.
So I just want to let folks know, very much, we got, this is only the proposals we got up for the auditor. So I'm very, very pleased with the information that we've been provided and with the number of bids that we got. Frustrating that so many of them were up near 30 grand, but also good that we got good firms in, and if you feel confident with Bruner, then we're gonna give him a shot before we pass
It would
the
have been half
consent.
as much if it was double-sided. Print, by the way.
Would not have been this thick if it had been printed double-sided.
Just to follow up.
Before we pass the consent, I do want to make sure you had some comments you wanted to make on A too.
Yeah, we'll get to single-sided pages towards the end of the meeting here. I just want to point that out. But yeah, with regard to 6A, is that what I'm having the opportunity to speak on now? Thank you. First off, I guess I do want to address the fact, and I'm not questioning necessarily the expenditure. Well, I'm just looking through pages 34 through 36, and Dean Flores and Balance Public Relations. And yeah, that's prior to the expenditure, because he's one of our expenditures. That's why I'm pointing this out. And I'm just looking at the items that he addresses, like state parks and entry issue, and various discussions and meetings that are taking place, and grant funding and water rights. And it would seem to me that I would imagine a lot of this could be done by our own staff. And perhaps we should, consider, the fact that this gentleman is, I don't know Dean Flores well enough to comment on him, other than the fact that let's see, after our general manager and our chief engineer and our legal counsel and our finance officer and our district clerk, this is the highest salaried person we have. And I think we should be thinking about the $100,000 plus that is in the budget.
And we can address that during budget.
Thank you. So what I also wanted to point out is on page 45, and by the way, there's almost $8,000 charged on the credit card. This is just one item, but it's like the fifth or sixth item down. It's a credit for $445.85 for a canceled room for Michael Berkey. So I guess first I'd like to know, who is Michael Berkey? What room did we arrange for him? Why was it canceled? And if this is like a hotel room or something, $445? So does anybody have an answer for that? If I'm having to get the chief, up here, maybe I should. What is it that well, never. I was going to say, well, I'll take back that question.
No, that's okay. I'm happy to answer for you just real quickly. Our fire engineers are required to go through state fire level training. One of the courses that was being offered was in San Diego. We frequently send them out to these courses because they're not held weekly, or they're not held locally.
All right.
The courses are a week long, so that would have been for an entire week worth of stay down in that facility.
Okay. Obviously, your explanation is not a problem, but it just kind of jumped out at me. I'm sure you can understand that, right?
Understood.
Thank you. And also, this isn't necessarily going to make friends in high places, but I just want to point out that right now, with regard to the need for the sewer upgrade, sewer plant upgrade, which is $1.25 million, which is proposed for next fiscal year. I just want to point out that the amount of money that we're spending with regard to the emergency water facility, just for previous month's budget, we spent $10,000 with Abalone Coast Analyticals with regard to the facility. We spent almost $59,000 with CDM Smith, and we spent about $33,000 with Michael Baker International, which comes to about $102,000. And if we were able to take that $102,000 and apply it to the needs of the wastewater facility, the sewer plant, that would be a good thing for the community. I'm just using that as a way to examine where we can get some funds. Thank you.
Thank you. Is that all the comments that you have?
Yes, well, we're spending on money on a facility that isn't operating, and it probably won't be operating for at least a year and a half, if in fact that happens. And that's, I think there's more I would like to say. Also, I noticed there was 70 hours where work had to be done out at the emergency water facility, so almost 2 weeks of man hours that was spent out at the facility. I don't know how much salary that was, but I'm just pointing things out. Thank you very much.
Madam President?
Director Berenger.
I move that we approve the consent agenda as presented.
Second the motion.
Does that include the putting a clause in the contract for the auditor? That yes or no?
The contract will come back to you.
It'll have to come back?
Right.
So should we not approve it right now?
We're selecting the vendor, we're not approving the contract.
Okay, because I thought the contract was included in here. It's approving the agreement. Item 6C is approving the agreement. So either we need to pull 6C or we need to...
I just want to point out that he needs to be here on June 30th to do a cash verification, so we need to get it approved one way or
I just want to be clear that we're approving the right thing for the consent.
I will revise my my motion to approve the consent agenda, given that the legal counsel takes action to ensure that there is the possibility of cancellation for item 6C.
Mr. Carmel?
There's no agreement in the packet?
There is none.
So this is going to come back. This is going to come back to you.
Madam President, remember how I said if you want to add anything to the June 15th agenda? Why don't we get a copy of the agreement?
But there is an agreement. The resolution that's in here, there is an agreement. It starts on page 250. It says agreement for consultant services with David D. Bruner, CPA. Page 250. It's right after the resolution, and it's item 6C, I mean.
I can't live like this.
I'm sorry to confuse everybody, but I want to make sure we've got the process right. Sorry.
Patrick informs me that I did review this, and it does have a termination provision in there.
Okay.
So we're clean.
Okay. So in other words,
Moving right along.
we're good to approve it with the agreement as is.
You have the ability to terminate on 10 days' notice with or without cause.
Fabulous.
That was the important part.
Thank you. Then I think the motion can stand as made.
So be it.
And that was a motion by Director Berenger and a second by Vice President Sanders. The consent agenda A, B, and C. Let's call the roll. Thank you for everybody's patience on that.
Director Berenger?
Aye.
Vice President Sanders?
Aye.
Director Farmer?
No.
Director Thompson?
Aye.
President Rice?
Aye. The vote is 4-1 to approve consent. Onward and upward. If anybody wants to make some recycled paper, we have a few pages. And again, I very much thank Patrick and all of the firms who sent in a proposal so that we could really get a good idea of what we're looking at. All right. Next up, 7, hearings and appeals. We have one item, 7A, which is consideration of adoption of the resolution 2017 confirming the itemized report of water and wastewater standby or availability charges for collection on the county tax rolls. General Manager Gruber.
Thank you, Madam President and CCS board members. I'm going to turn this over to our district counsel, Tim Carmel, for just a brief summary and explanation of what's before you on item 7A.
Thank you, General Manager Gruber. Madam President, members of the board. This is your annual public hearing to confirm the itemized report for water and wastewater standby and immediate availability charges. It's a public hearing at which people can protest their inclusion on that itemized report. Once the report has been confirmed, it's forwarded to the county where the itemized report will be placed on the tax roll for collection. We're authorized to do this pursuant to Government Code Section 61115B, and I'd be glad to answer any questions.
Are there any questions from any board members? Director Farmer?
Sorry to be hogging the microphone here. So I just want to ask some questions here from a layperson who doesn't really know what standby or availability charges are. So if this could just be briefly explained. Also, where it says fiscal impact, I don't see any monies being indicated. How much money are we talking about? Where's this money going to be spent? Am I asking a stupid question?
Well, the item where you actually imposed the charge was last month, where you had all the information you're requesting.
Oh, I guess I am asking a stupid question.
This is simply confirming the charges so they can be collected. But this is essentially to go for infrastructure improvements. It's one of the few revenue sources we have for developed properties and properties on the that have intent to serve letters. And Patrick's showing me something. These are the number of parcels. Yeah. So for wastewater, we have, what do we have? $177,653. Well, that's for water. And for wastewater, $115,516. And again, it's one of the few recurring revenue sources we have for critical utility infrastructure.
I appreciate that. I just want to say in my defense, it's been a difficult month, and a lot of things have vaporized out of my brain, so thank you.
Okay, can I just add real quickly, we don't, this is one of those fees where we cannot increase the rate. It's the same rate every year, year to year. Yeah.
Director Behringer?
I move that we adopt Resolution 2017, confirming the itemized report of water and wastewater standby or availability charges for the collection on the county tax rolls.
Second the motion.
It's been moved by Director Behringer and seconded by Vice President Sanders. I don't have any comment slips. Does anybody from the public like to say anything? Okay, then I think we can call the roll.
Aye.
Director Behringer?
Aye.
Vice President Sanders?
Aye.
Director Farmer?
Aye.
Director Thompson?
Aye.
President Rice?
No. It's 4-1. The motion passes. Thank you. Let's go forward to the regular business. Does anybody need a break? I'll make you stand up and do a boogie. Okay, let's go on then. Regular business. Item A is discussion consideration of response to the grand jury report on the risk of catastrophic fire in Cambria. General Manager Gruber?
Thank you, Madam President. The result of this report was a collaborative effort between myself, the fire chief, and the fire ad hoc committee. I have asked William to come up and just do a brief summary of what our responses to the grand jury were. Just one additional comment. It's a very, very detailed response, and I really appreciate everybody's work on this. William, thank you very much. But I think that hopefully the grand jury will be really pleased with what we've responded to.
So thank you for having me back again. You have it before you to review. Just to give you a real quick background, in March of this year, we were given a response from the grand jury to our initial response to their claim back in 2015, if you could follow all this stuff there. I think the takeaways from their questions at this time are entirely positive. The tone of the report that they gave us, the questions that were asked, reflected the amount of work that has been done by the CCSD as a whole, by the community, in a positive response to that. And so there was some outstanding questions through a lot of investigation, interviews with personnel at the CCS staff. They came up with the additional findings and recommendations that were proposed back to us. What you have before you is in my opinion, a comprehensive report back to them, hopefully addressing all of the questions and answers, adequately answered to them. And basically, it's over to you for any questions, or if there's anything you would like further clarification on, or anything, other insight that I could provide.
Thank you. Would either of the ad hoc fire committee members like to?
I'll just weigh in with one comment. First of all, I think Chief Hollingsworth is absolutely right. The grand jury report itself was very positive in terms of what we're doing in this community fire-wise. Exactly. Secondly, I think the response that has been drafted is excellent. It's a very good piece of work product. Third, I was actually interviewed by the grand jury in connection with their preparation of this report. And I can tell you that there is concern, not only among grand jurors, but I think among a lot of members of the community about the issue that was raised earlier in this meeting, and that has to do with on-street parking on streets that are too narrow when you have, even on one side of the street, not enough room if there's parking on one side for fire equipment to get through. I think it's one of those issues that has a rather long time horizon because it's going to take quite a while to get our arms around it, but it's something that I think we ought to be conscious of and working on.
Director Berenger?
Yeah, I'd add to that. I was interested in the chief's willingness to move forward right away, and I tend to think it's an important issue. The parking issue is important, but it shouldn't go without knowledge that this community was developed a long time ago, and the actual physical structure of the streets, the way they are, is going to create a challenge, and a rollout in those most important places, I think, would be the priority, and because it's going to change the whole character of some neighborhoods, I think, and it's going to send cars in other directions. Anyways, it's an issue. If we were incorporated, I think it would be something that we could do. We could address. We could pave some streets. We could widen some streets. We could have some jurisdiction over land use, et cetera. But not seeing that on the horizon, I think we just need to roll it out in as humane a way as we can, and probably start on the most critical areas.
The tentative plan right now is just to do somewhat of an assessment of the community and identify the most concerning areas where we would need to either identify no parking or one side only parking. And then a fairly positive public campaign. We can include mailers with the bills. We could do informational briefings through here. But the bottom line is we need to be able to get emergency vehicles to your home if you call 911. And I think everybody understands that need. So it's none of that, and I think it's clearly defined in the report, is intended to be punitive. That's not the direction anybody wants to go. It is entirely just to maintain access and egress throughout the community. And not only for us to get there, but the egress side for the evacuation potential for you to be able to get out.
Director Thompson.
Yeah, I just want to concur with the remarks that Vice President Sanders made in terms of the work product that the chief presented, because I think it's an outstanding response, and I think it's probably much more than the grand jury would expect to get, because it's it's very detailed. Just to call attention to a couple of things that were in the grand jury report that I think they listed as key accomplishments noted by the grand jury. One was the obtainment of a safer grant that allowed the fire department to increase the standard staffing from 3 to 4 people, which, you might, Chief, just kind of respond as to why that's important. But let me just point out a couple other things. The purchase of a new fire engine to replace the outdated engine that was mentioned in the report. Updated water storage tanks on the Fiscalini Ranch to better support firefighting. And again, the grand jury report was very complimentary of the work that's been done within this community in the last couple of years. So two things. One, why the need for personnel on an engine? And then second, the issue of fire hydrant testing. I know that's been out there. What's the status of that at this point?
Well, let me start with the second part of that first. And as Mr. Church asked me earlier, we've already initially started that in some probing areas throughout the community. So we were initially waiting on a lot of the gear that has just come in. We have some of the measurement devices. You talked earlier about the amount of unaccounted for water loss. This potentially can use a lot of water, and we were hesitant to move forward with that, and then adding that to the concerns for the community. So this way, part of that, the general manager report is going to be able to identify they used X number of gallons in this process. We have already done, I believe, 6 total, where we've isolated very specific spots within the community just to make sure everything's working carefully. But as we delve into this process further and actually get very aggressive with it, you'll just start seeing them out more and more, and it's going to take some time. I mean, there's 352, I think, hydrants in the community. Depending on everything that needs to happen, we might be able to get 8 done a day, but there's cost associated with that, with personnel having to come in. So we need to balance all those things. So we're going to try to identify the most concerning areas, get that done, and then if we get to the point where everything's actually been tested, the initial plan is to do this on an every 2 or 3 year basis, but it's on a regular rotation. But initially the plan is just to do everything. So it's in process, and hopefully within the next month you're going to start seeing people out more and more doing this. Now, to get back to your first question about the extra staffing, if you want me to speak the rest of the day, I can. I could take the rest of your afternoon. But in short, it really comes down to one thing, and that's safety. We have very specific NFPA and OSHA guidelines that mandate how many people have to be on the scene of a fire for us to affect going inside of a building and to put a fire out. Now, there's ways to break those rules, and if we know we have an identified rescue and it's a tenable we have the ability to get inside the building and effect rescue, we could break that rule and put our people at risk for the purpose of going in, and that is just part of the job, and we understand that. But we don't have the latitude to go into a building without the minimum number of people on scene, and so it changes the way we attack, whether it's an offensive or defensive fire. And really what that comes down to is, are we going to try to get inside and save the structure, or are we going to watch it burn to the ground and save everything around it? And having 4 people on scene minimum allows us to actually do that. Now, there's other factors. We have to be able to read the science and the signs of what's happening with the building during a fire. And there very well may be a time where we have to decide it's just not structurally safe. There's all kinds of studies out there that show that a regular compartmentalized fire, regardless of the style of roof, depending on whether or not it actually goes through the attic, will completely make the roof collapse within 12 minutes. Whether it's a non-comp roof, whether or not it's tile, whether it's asphalt shingles, it doesn't matter. So you're talking about the weight of all that. And now if you start doing all the math backwards, how long does it take for a fire to be recognized, then somebody to call 911, for us to respond, to get water, to actually put it on the fire? We're actually looking very close at what that 12 minutes is going to be, and sometimes quite a bit longer. And that's just in the one example. So safety-wise is the biggest issue, not only for our personnel, but then for the community itself. It spreads out from there into a whole bunch of different factors. We want to be able to provide services to other communities as they have issues. When we respond to our water tender in other areas, when we had our personnel committed to the chimney fire, we can't do that if we don't have enough people to maintain staffing levels here. And that's why we need to be able to keep these people on a full-time basis. So that's the very quick answer. There's 100 other reasons why I can get into that, and I can give those to you in some kind of a report if you would like, if that'd be helpful. But really, those are the biggest issues.
Any other questions? I don't have any comment cards. Is there any comment from the public? Then I would entertain a motion on this item.
I move that we approve the draft response to the grand jury report.
Second the motion.
It's been moved by Director Berenger and seconded by Vice President Sanders that we approve the draft of the letter. Is it also to send it? Also, is that what we're also being asked?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Just making sure we're clear. All right, let's have a roll call.
Director Berenger?
Aye.
Vice President Sanders?
Aye.
Director Farmer?
Aye.
Director Thompson?
Aye.
President Rice?
Aye. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chief Hollingsworth. And to the Fire Ad Hoc Committee for working on that. I think it would be good to have a discussion at some point on those levels of service and looking at the trade-offs, because I think it is a smart thing to do. It's a hard thing to afford. That's why we had a grant to be able to get to it, so we'll look at that going forward. Item 8B. Discussion and consideration of a purchase of a truck for the Water Department and approval of Resolution 22-217 to finance the purchase. General Manager Gruber.
Thank you, Madam President. The recommendation is to approve the purchase of a 2017 Ford 250 from Malahi Ford in Arroyo Grande at the cost of $35,264.42, and authorize the general manager to enter into agreement with Malahi Ford to purchase the truck, and also to approve Resolution 22-2017, authorizing the execution and delivery of a lease purchase agreement with Ford Motor Credit Company to finance the purchase over 4 years at the annual interest rate of 4.95, and authorize directing certain actions in connection with the acquisition of the truck. Just briefly on the fiscal impact, the leased purchase agreement with the Ford Motor Credit Company is for 4 years with an annual interest rate of 4.95% and annual payments of $9,611.48. The Water Department budget for current fiscal year 16-17 includes $3,147 to cover the payments of the May and June for this fiscal year. The actual cost absorbed in this year on the $9,611 payment will be $1,602, so no further budget action is required for the fiscal year. $9,611 will be included in the Water Department budget for the next 4 years to finance the purchase of the truck. A brief description is the current Water Department truck used by Water Supervisor is a 2003 Ford F-350 4x4 with a utility bed and has 1,000, or the time of the writing of this report, 143,000, what is me with dates and numbers today? 143,544 miles on the odometer. It is vital to the Water Department's operation because it is the only four-wheel drive truck in the Water Department, and a four-wheel drive vehicle is required to traverse the well fields and the Fiscalini tank area in rainy months. It was only the 1-ton truck for the department, so it is also a go-to vehicle for carrying heavy loads. The overall condition of the body and the interior is good for a 14-year-old truck. However, the engine is in bad shape. The heads are warped, which is causing significant oil leak, and the alternator in both batteries also need to be replaced. The batteries need to be charged about 45 minutes each morning before the truck will start, but staff has deferred replacement in anticipation of the purchase of the new truck. In accordance with district purchasing policy, 3 bids, which are attached, were obtained from the new truck and the following results. The first bid came in from Malahi Ford was $35,264. Rancho Grande Motors was $38,093. And that's where I bought my new car, so maybe I should go to Malahi Ford. And Perry Ford was $42,548. So again, the staff is recommending that we do with the Malahi Ford purchase lease agreement. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Director Thompson.
I'm just amazed that there's a $7,000 difference in the low bid to the high bid for the same vehicle. Wow.
Yeah, they're not identical vehicles because we go to the vendor and we say, this is the kind of truck we want. So they come back and say, okay, this is what we can provide. So there may be slight differences, but basically they all meet the same requirements.
Okay. Good job.
Director
I
Berenger.
move that we approve the purchase of the 2017 Ford F-250 and approve the attached resolution 22-2017.
Second the motion.
Moved by Director Berenger and seconded, that's getting late in the day, by Vice President Sanders. Under discussion, I appreciate the general manager bringing this to the board, and it gives me an opportunity to kind of speak to the issue relating to policy versus operations. I don't want to have to approve everything that comes through here, but there's also a 4.95% interest rate when we have some, granted, we're way more cash poor than we used to be, but we have some money in the bank, and that's a policy issue whether or not we essentially loan ourselves money to purchase vehicles and then create a sinking fund or not, and whether or not it's not possible to me. I don't think it's possible that there's only one other truck in the water department. This is not the only truck. The 2003 that's being replaced is not the only truck in the water department, is it? So, what I think that the board, in my reading of policy versus operations, that the board should be able to look at the overall picture of how many trucks do we have. How new are they, and when are we going to have to replace them? Because this ad hoc replacing, rather than knowing ahead of time, it makes it difficult to do budgeting in a way that's proactive rather than just reactive when something is falling apart. Just looking at the budget, there are at least 2.5 vehicles in the facilities department, and I think that's the number of people that are in that department. I think there's 5 in wastewater, looking at the budget. So there's a lot of vehicles here. It would be good to know what we're looking at in terms of the bigger picture, because I don't think that the board or the general manager really wants to be approving every single purchase of a vehicle. But I think we do need to know over the long haul no pun intended, over the long haul, what we're looking at in terms of replacement, because there could be 3 other trucks in the water department that'll need to be replaced next year, but I have no idea of what that big picture looks like. And that's what I'm hoping that we can get to, maybe the latter part of this year, is to looking at how do we do these things in a more proactive way rather than reactive when we need to replace a vehicle, because I really don't want to have to approve every single time, that, especially if we have a big fleet. But I do want to have a say about whether we buy hybrid vehicles or American-made versus. Director Berenger.
Madam President, I agree with you 90%. And I think that one of the issues, the infrastructure ad hoc is trying to bite this giant elephant, and there's ways to do it. And so I wouldn't want the water or wastewater committees to be burdened with that kind of a decision. I think for the finance committee to consider that in the future, but that's an elephant that's, I think, down near the end of this beginning of next calendar year. I think would be a good time to address that.
And
Madam President, can I?
Fiscal year, you mean, or calendar?
I'm thinking
Calendar?
calendar.
Okay, just wanted to make
Before
sure.
the following fiscal year, perhaps.
Yes, sir.
At your request, after the last meeting, I went and put together a brief spreadsheet that I'm going to present during the budget presentation that covers a vehicle replacement fund quick look at. And so I could bring it up now, we could talk about it, or we could do it during the budget presentation.
We can do it during the budget presentation. I just wanted to take the opportunity, because this is exactly the kind of thing that we don't need to be taking up time in a board meeting to do every time it needs to happen. It's something that the general manager should have general guidelines about what it is that we expect to be done in terms of the maintenance and replacement of vehicles. You know, it's not whether we have a sinking fund or we continue to get loans or we loan ourselves money, are all policy decisions this board will have to make once we get past this. They're not to be made on this item, but in future, so that we don't have to have this again, hopefully. Does anybody have any questions about how my view of it, of this particular, because I want to make sure that I feel like I've jumped forward a couple of paces
And I haven't had a conversation with the rest of the board members, so I want to make sure that everybody's clear and that I'm not misunderstanding what you all are thinking either. It happens.
Madam President?
Yes?
This
Mr. Gruber.
particular purchase was an anomaly. It's probably, best to my recollection, this is the only time that we've come on the 11th hour for a vehicle purchase. So when we go over the budget today, it really comes down to, two decisions from a policy standpoint. You have a sinking fund or you have a vehicle replacement program fund. Based on the analysis that we did, you'll see that we're in pretty much the same situation that we are with the CIP from the water and wastewater, is that it'll require a lot of money up front to implement. The way we're doing things now seem to work, but I do agree with you that it is a policy decision on how you want us to continue to fund vehicles for the department, for different departments. In the utility business, a vehicle or a reliable vehicle, just like in law enforcement or public safety, is the most important tool that an individual can have. So having good, reliable, relatively new vehicles with a replacement program in place is important, because without a good vehicle, we can't really ask our staff to do their job. So it's either way. We've been successful in absorbing the cost of the vehicles within the individual departments and with individual line items, and it's worked so far. But you do bring up some good points. And
Director Thompson?
Yes, President Rice. I agree with you in the macro sense that normally something like this shouldn't come before us. I think it makes sense. But I think what it does sometimes is spark a little bit of thought, discussion about the fact that when we purchased a fire engine, we relied upon, or we looked at whether or not we could tie into another, where was the chief? LA County's proposal, so that perhaps we get a better deal. Mm-hmm. And when we look and see that there's $7,000 disparity between the high and the low, maybe there's another way that we can go forward with hooking up with someone else in terms of vehicle purchase to get an even better deal. So just, like I said, just food for thought.
Very good point. I would move approval of, we did? Yeah, we moved and seconded this. Oh, yes, we did. God, it is getting late. Okay, 3:30. We need to get going, because now we're going to be on the hard one. Moved and seconded. Let's call the roll, please.
Director Berenger?
Aye.
Vice President Sanders?
Aye.
Director Farmer?
Aye.
Director Thompson?
I do support. I was just hoping that maybe at some point in time, Director Berenger will let someone else make a motion.
The next item, I might give you a chance.
President Rice?
Aye. We are getting punchy. All right, 8C, discussion consideration to adopt Resolution 18, 2017 regarding water conservation measures and restrictions on the use of potable water for the Stage 2 water shortage emergency condition. General Manager Gruber.
thank you, Madam President and CCSD board members. This is technically a continuation item. You ask us to bring it back for purposes of clarification. And so I'm going to turn this over to District Counsel Tim Carmel to just briefly summarize the action that the board previously took and where we are really in our conservation measures.
Madam President, members of the board, Patrick has to give this report. Liar. I'm sorry. At the March 23rd regular board meeting, the board took action to lift the Stage 3 water shortage emergency condition and to impose a Stage 2 water shortage emergency condition. And as a part of that action, it specifically excluded maximum water allotments and related surcharges. So at this point, we're formalizing that action with the resolution before you. I will note that the only additional restriction other than those contained in our municipal code, which are quite extensive for water waste, is the requirement that only drought-tolerant plants can be used in landscaping during stage 2. And other than that, I'd be glad to answer any questions. You've had several elaborate discussions, extensive discussions with regard to this issue. So I'll turn it back to you, Madam President.
Thank you. I don't have any speaker slips. Are there any questions or discussion from the board?
Well, I just,
Director Farmer.
thank you. Thank you, Madam President. I just want to express my concern about the fact that we're not in the business of law enforcement, but I don't understand why, since we were assessing surcharges in the past, that we're not continuing to do that, just to discourage, excess water use, and at the same time, perhaps generate a little bit of revenue for the district. But it's something we did in the past. I don't know why we're not continuing to do that. Thank you.
I just have that with us ramping down the emergency and hopefully freeing up a little bit more time to look at these things, that maybe the Water Supply Committee would look at actually looking at the ordinance itself, so that we're not just relying on resolutions going forward. We need to fix this right now, but in a more permanent way, make it clear to the community what it is that we're requesting of them in terms of water supply.
Agreed. I think those sections of the CCSD code that deal with these issues needs to be completely overhauled.
And as the member of the public brought up during public comment too, relating to transfers. So I would actually make a motion to, I would move that we adopt this resolution 18-2017 regarding water conservation measures and restrictions on the use of potable water for the stage 2 water shortage emergency condition, and direct staff to work with the Water Supply Committee over the longer term to overhaul those ordinances, related ordinances. Is there a second?
I was going to, Mr. Thompson, I was going to give him a chance.
Now nobody.
Well, I'll second.
Thank you. Thank you, Director Thompson.
Seems like no one else is going to do it. So.
Is there any more further discussion? Director Berenger?
Yes. This presumes then that we're still in a stage 2, even though the county has lifted their drought. Is there a reason for us to continue to stay in a stage 2?
General Manager Gruber?
Could we just direct staff to clean up this language or the stages language in conjunction with eliminating the stage 2 water condition as it exists?
Well,
Vice President Sanders?
Yeah, in my mind, I can justify staying in a stage 2 condition.
That's right, I forgot about that.
For reasons of optics, if nothing else. But we've got a cease and desist order, which pertains to the sustainable water facility. So until the coastal development permit, the regular coastal development permit, is approved for that, and we can repurpose the pond and put in the Baker tanks and so forth, essentially we can't use it. So we need to stretch our water supply as long as we can. We don't know what the future may bring with respect to rain or the leak.
Or the leak, yes, the leak
So,
is the leak.
I think things are still a little bit too tenuous to completely eliminate any of the stages.
I concur.
Thank you. Good discussion. Anybody else like Director Farmer?
Yeah, I totally agree with Director Sanders, and I just want to mention that, on page 381, talking about still reminding the community, even though we've had a lot of rain, that we're in the 21st century and that we need to do the best we can to reduce our water consumption and remain conscious of that, no matter how things appear to be. Thank you. And we should be, as you say, reminding the ratepayers, sending something out with the bill, having something in the paper, that type of thing.
All right. If there's no further discussion, I would take a roll call vote.
President Rice,
Yes?
Director Thompson,
Aye.
Director Farmer,
Yes.
Director Berenger,
Aye.
Vice President Sanders.
Aye.
Thank you very much. I'm thirsty now. Yeah, can we take a 10-minute break? 10, we come back at 3:40 precisely. First, or you want to? Thank you. Okay, Director Farmer has something to share.
Yes, I'm somewhat embarrassed, and this probably obviously isn't the first time today that I am, but I inadvertently cast a yes vote on the last item, and I'd like to change that to a no vote. Obviously, we can't change it because I already voted, but I just want to make note of that I would have preferred to have voted no. Thank you.
All right, General Manager Gruber.
Thank you, Madam President. So I spoke with District Engineer Bob Greshens, and they've reached out to Jim Adams, who is a water supervisor, worked for the district for many years, and he's come out and spent a couple hours with the water department and Bob, and there was a leak about 17 years ago in an area that is, it's almost like a permafrost or a wetlands area, and so we believe that the leak is in that area, and so before we start excavating or do any work, we're going to make sure we have a biologist on hand. It is a sensitive area, and then we're meeting with DeChance Construction in the morning. So DeChance Construction, they do major pipe repair work. We'll have our biologist on scene. We have Paul Reichart assisting with some surveying. And right now we're trying to locate some valves so we can isolate that line and bypass that area. Even if it's coming out at 110 gallons a minute, it's really hard to detect in that area, but we still believe it's in that area. So if you were to head north on Highway 98 or Highway 101, Highway 1, God. So Highway 98 is Florida. Highway 98's in Florida. So if you were to head north on Highway 1 and you were to look at Centrally Grown, and you were to look behind Centrally Grown, there's a field right there, and the campsite. So we believe it's in that area right there, but we'll continue, yeah, that area behind the hill, behind Century Grown. So I just wanted to give you an update, and I'll continue to work with Bob and keep everybody informed on what's happening. So,
Director Thompson.
Just a point of order, I guess, Mr. Carmel. With respect to Mr. or Director Farmer's comment on item 8C, although I thought you supported it, isn't there a process by which he can legally change his vote if that's his?
Technically, once the item's concluded and the vote's been taken, no. That's why we did it the way we did. We just noted it in the record. Again, it's kind of superfluous. It wouldn't have changed the outcome, so that's
Sure. I just didn't know if there was a legal way of...
There are some agencies that have sort of reconsideration provisions. We don't have one in our bylaws.
Gotcha. Okay. Thanks.
Thank you for advocating for that.
Appreciate that, Director Thompson. And I would like to extend my thanks to Bob, who isn't here today because he's out there working on that leak, and to all the folks in the water department and wastewater for working so diligently on this. I'm glad we're getting a handle on it. Hopefully we can keep that going forward. And all right. Last item for today, I think, unless we can.
Madam Chair, I think we have a
Yes?
member in the audience who wants to make a comment.
Please come to the microphone. Thank you very much. Takes a village.
While you're on the subject of this possible leak, the LUC went on a site visit to the centrally grown project when they had to completely revamp their water, basically their sewer system, if you want to call it. And they dug some deep trenches out there in that flat land down below the buildings. And I'm wondering if the swamp, or whatever you called it, you're looking at may have to do more with that water, which doesn't have any drainage outward from the property, than perhaps the leak you may be seeing. Just might be worth taking a look at.
Thank you very much for your input. And folks can call the district if they see something that might be a leak in their neighborhood, because every eye in Cambria, it all can help. All right. This is a discussion and consideration of a revised preliminary budget for the fiscal year 17-18. This is not for approval today. For today, it is just consideration, and if we need to if we want to give input, and there may be some questions from staff on direction, looking for direction.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm going to turn it over to our finance manager, Patrick.
Madam President, members of the board, real briefly before I start on the budget, I'd like to make a short public service announcement concerning June 30th. Earlier in the meeting, there was a brief discussion of June 30th, and I think people should be aware that in addition to being Vice President Sanders' birthday, it's New Year's Eve for all of us governmental accountants who live on a fiscal year basis. And I'm not suggesting that we have reputations as hardy partiers or anything like that, but we have been known to get together on that night, 2, 3, maybe 4 of us, and have a glass of wine or two. So I would suggest that if you're going to be out late on June the 30th, you consider using the same precautions you would use on that other New Year's Eve in December.
Thank you, Patrick.
Yeah, well, see, a lot of people weren't aware, so I just thought I should bring it up. Okay, so we have a slightly revised budget from the last one. Does this work?
Yeah, I was having trouble before.
Maybe not. I don't know. It's not working.
Try turning it off and on one more time. That's why.
Up here? It beeped. No. No. Okay. All right. There we go. Okay, like last time, as General Manager Gruber said, the budgets are balanced. The general fund and the wastewater fund both have revenues equal to expenditures. The water fund has a surplus of $114,000, and that includes water department operations and SWF cost recovery operations. We have the same assumptions that we had at the last meeting, and we haven't done anything different here. So we have a zero-based budget. We have property tax allocations that only go to the operating areas, which are fire, facilities and resources, and park and recreation. And we are distributing admin costs by the line item instead of all using one method. We have added to this presentation an amended classification plan prepared by the general manager that includes a chief plant operator for the SWF on a full-time permanent basis, and a revision to the permitting and compliance specialist administrative technician from an AT2 to an AT4 position. And then in administration, we've revised the utility billing clerk from an AT2 to an AT3, revised the front desk clerk from an AT1 to an AT2, and revised the confidential administrative assistant from an AT2 to an AT4. Pardon? More expensive. That's correct. As I discussed earlier, I put together a spreadsheet that includes a first draft or first look at a vehicle replacement schedule. It includes 24 vehicles. I have it on two slides. The first is the general fund, and it shows the vehicles in the fire department, the F&R department, and the admin department. It shows the year in which the vehicles were purchased. When you're preparing a schedule like this, you have to determine what you think a useful life is. So I just put in useful lives. If we decide to do this, it'll require a lot more work to determine what life should actually be used. One of the things you have to consider here is that if we say, for instance, we're going to replace our vehicles every 7 years, there are vehicles here that we've had for 20 years. And had we been forced to replace that vehicle after 7 because we had a pre-planned decision to do that, it might have been, I don't want to say a waste of money, but it might have been too early. And so there needs to be some sort of a provision that says you don't have to, even though we think there's only a 7-year useful life, maybe it's 10 or maybe it's 12. This shows the purchase cost for each. It also shows the replacement cost. And there are 2 replacement costs, the first and the second, because if there's a 7-year life and you have a 15-year program, then some of those vehicles are going to be replaced twice. And there's a lot behind this, these calculations that show the appreciated value over time and the interest-bearing investments over time. So it gets a little complex. But anyway, there's 2 replacement costs. And the calculations actually end up showing an annual investment that's required. So for the fire truck, we'd have to have $44,600 to accumulate $1,083,000 in 20 years if we invest that, if we assume the appreciation of the vehicle is 5% a year, and if we invest at a 6% interest rate a year, or a 2% interest rate a year, I'm sorry. And basically, so this column shows what we need to accumulate each year. In the general fund, under these calculations, it would be about $136,000. And then this column shows how much would be accumulated cumulatively. And if we start this year, then we should have had already invested $741,000 to be able to pay for these vehicles as they are supposed to be replaced. The next page is the same thing for the water fund and the wastewater fund. And the bottom line is that if we were to implement this, and again, this is not nearly what it should be as far as accuracy, it's just to give an idea kind of where this kind of a policy would take us. It would indicate that we should devote $200,000 a year into a sinking fund for vehicles, and that we should already have $1.2 million in a sinking fund someplace to replace these vehicles over the next 10 years, 7 to 10 years. I have not used any of this information in the current budget. I was just providing it for the board's information so that you would have some idea of what we're talking about. And it also could be used. President Rice had indicated that she might want to have a replacement plan, so we can look here and you can see the age of the vehicles, and you can see when they might be coming up for replacement, although I don't think any of us would say, okay, it's been 7 years, we're going to replace this vehicle. We'd look at each individual vehicle and make a decision each year, which is basically what we do now. So if there are no questions or comments about that, we'll
I have one comment.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
yeah, it's, as Vice President Sanders, it is a major step forward, at least even just to have this. Thank you very,
Sure.
very much.
Okay. The next subject that I'd like to talk about today that I haven't talked about previously is our employee retirement system. We belong to the California PERS system, Public Employees Retirement System. And there's a lot of misinformation and misconceptions about how this plan works and about how expensive it is actually. So I'd like to just briefly describe how it works. We make 2 payments each year. We make a payment for current employees, and we make a payment for our PERS account. The agency has an account with PERS where they collect all our payments, and then as retirees draw down that fund, it comes out of our account. So we actually have a cash account with PERS where they keep track of what goes in and what goes out. And to the extent that PERS thinks that we don't have enough money in that account, they establish an unfunded accrued liability, and they require us to pay that back. And I'll talk about that in more detail in just a minute. For our current employees, we have 6 plans. We have 3 for fire and 3 for miscellaneous. There's why they call it miscellaneous, I don't know, but it's there are some other plans. There's judges have a retirement plan in the state of California. Teachers have a retirement plan. But we're the only ones that I know of that are referred to as miscellaneous, but that's what we all are. If we're not fire, we're miscellaneous. And each of those areas has 3 plans, one before PEPRA, one after PEPRA, and an interim plan. And I'm going to describe that in just a second. PEPRA is a Public Employees Pension Reform Act. It was passed by the California legislature in 2012, and it became effective January the 1st, 2013. And it basically established limits on what public employees in California could be provided for retirement. And I'll show you the impact that has on our employees with this slide. Let's take fire. Before PEPRA, our employees had a plan that was called 3% at 50. And what that means is for every year of service, a firefighter gets 3% of his base pay in retirement. So if a firefighter went to work at 20 years of age, worked 30 years till he was 50, and retired, he would have 30 years of service at 3%. So he would get 90% of his pay when he retired. After PEPRA limits that to 2.7% at 57. Now, the 57 doesn't mean...
I hate to interrupt. Could
Okay,
I just
sure.
ask one question on that?
Yeah.
Now, if that firefighter had 30 years of accrued service, but only 10 was here, would we still be on the hook for the whole?
No, we would be required to pay for 10 years worth of his retirement, not the whole 30 years. What other agencies he worked for, they would have to pay for his other 20 years. Okay, after PEPRA, 2.7% at 57. And according to California PERS laws, you have to be 50 years old to retire before you can retire, and you have to have 5 years of service credit. So if a firefighter, 57 just means that 2.7% is effective at 57. If a firefighter works till he's 60, he actually gets a little more than 2.7%. This goes up a little bit to like 2.85. And if he retires before 57, if he retires at 50, for instance, then he gets a little bit less than 2.7%, maybe 2.3 or 2.4%. So these are not, they're very complex formulas, but the bottom line is that after PEPRA, he only gets 2.7%, whereas before PEPRA he got 3 under that plan. The board of directors here in 2012 took action before PEPRA was implemented to reduce the retirement plans that our employees have, and that's this interim plan in here. And they negotiated with the bargaining units, the fire union and the miscellaneous employee union, and they got them to agree to some changes voluntarily to the changes to the retirement plan. So for fire, the benefits went from 3% at 50 to 3% at 55. Doesn't look substantial, but it's something. There were also two other major factors. The first was that the retirement for these employees is based on the average 3 highest years of employment, where the previous employment had been based on the single highest year. And that can make some difference. And there was a second factor, and I can't remember what it was. What was it?
The classic versus Pepper, so the second tier.
Well, no, but there's something other than, there's another factor, and it doesn't come to mind right now. Pardon? No. I'll think of it later, probably. But the bottom line is that we now have 3 tiers. If an employee worked for us before, if an employee was hired by us before December the 28th, 2012, they're before Pepper and they're still in that plan. If they were hired between or after December the 28th, 2012, and they're a classic employee, then they're in this plan. Classic meaning they were already in PERS working for another agency. And they're hired, then they're in this plan. And if they never worked for PERS before, they're in this plan. It's kind of complicated. Probably should have left it alone, but that's what the new plans mean. What does this mean as far as employer and employee contributions? Because both the employer and the employee make contributions to the retirement plan. For us, for last year, the most recent numbers I have were provided in August of last year for the year prior to that. A firefighter, well, let's talk down here before Pepper and miscellaneous employees, say myself, had I been in this program as a before Pepper employee, my 3% at 60, the employer would have contributed 12.698%, and I as an employee would have contributed 8%, for a total of almost 21% of pay is contributed to the plan. And you can see for all the employees, whatever category they're in, this is, oh, I know what the other thing was for the prior employees. Let me go back to that. Under this plan, the district used to pay the employee share of the PERS retirement. So they not only paid this amount, they also paid this amount. They paid the whole thing. And that goes way back to the 90s when most PERS agencies were super funded. Back in the 90s, PERS was making 12 to 14% on their interest, on their investment, interest on their investments. And so they had more money than they knew what to do with. So the first thing they did was they took the employer contribution, they lowered it and lowered it and lowered it, and eventually did away with it for some agencies that they consider super funded. But they couldn't do away with the employee share because that's fixed by law. It's got to be that amount. So what the agencies did was they said, it's not fair for us to not pay anything and for the employees to have to pay. So they started paying the employee share. It was negotiated into contracts, and it's been that way ever since the 90s in many agencies. Well, times have changed now. PERS doesn't make, they woke up about 3 years ago and said, hey, we're making 1.5%, not 14%. So they recalculated what they need to collect to be able to make the future payments, and this is where we are now, 1912, much higher than on the old plans. There's still fairly substantial contributions. On the new plans, the contributions are much lower because the benefits are lower because of the factors that determine what the retirement is. As an example, if I had been making $100,000 before PEPRA, the district contribution would have been $12,690. Now, after PEPRA, the district contribution is only $6,500 or $6,100 less. It's basically a 48% reduction because of the PEPRA law. And It's true of firefighters too, substantial reductions because of the PEPRA law. So we're not, PERS is still a relatively expensive benefit, but because of the action by the California legislature and the local board, it's much less than what it was 5 years ago. That's what I'm trying to point out here. And the way we calculate our contribution is we do it based on payroll. So each plan has an expected payroll for the year, and it has a percent that we have to contribute, and it comes up with an amount. And that's how we determine what our cost is going to be for the current employees for the year. It's based on the actual amount of salary paid times whatever the contribution rate is. And for us, it's going to be about $315,000 for the current fiscal year. For everybody, that's for the whole staff. Yeah, everybody's in here. Management, this is fire. Well, PEPRA includes the fire chief. He's management, so he's included up here. But everybody else is included down here, the management people. And the numbers in parentheses here are the number of employees that are in those plans. And right now, we don't have any employees in the interim plan for firefighters. Our firefighters have all been here quite a while. This is mostly the safer guys, and a couple of our reservists get PERS benefits because at one time they had them, and if you're ever entitled to PERS benefits, you're always entitled to PERS benefits. So most reservists don't work enough hours, but a few of them get the benefits anyway, just part of the law. Well, this is what I just talked about before as far as how we've reduced cost based on the actions taken by the board. So we've talked about current employees. Now I'm going to talk real briefly about unfunded accrued liability. Our employer account, we have an employer account for each of the 6 plans. And PERS has looked at those accounts and they said, you're unfunded to the tune of these amounts in each of these plans. Well, the newer plans, there's very little, if anything, in them. We're basically fully funded in our current plans. But the old plans, the plans that go back to the 90s, in fire, we're underfunded by $900,000, and in miscellaneous, about $3.4 million. And what PERS has said is you can take up to 30 years to pay this money back to us. And as a matter of fact, they assume 30 years. If you look at the actual calculations they send us each year, they also give you a 20-year option, but everybody, for the most part, is on a 30-year plan. So to pay this now, we're required to pay $50,000 in fire and $186,000 in miscellaneous, and we've included that in our budget for a total of about a little less than $240,000 to pay for unfunded liabilities from prior years. So the bottom line is that for our current employees, we expect to pay about $315,000 in the employer portion of the contribution for retirement, and we expect to pay about $240,000 for the unfunded accrued liability for prior year deficits.
And just really quickly, Madam President, I know those seem like big figures, but for an unfunded liability for a government agency of this size, it's a relatively low number. To give you an idea, the city of San Luis Obispo is about $250 million. It's $256 million basic news lately. So, so when you look at $3 million and you go, oh my gosh, I think we've done really well in the unfunded liability portion of this agency. So
are there any questions about?
Question, Madam President. So when an employee's average of the 3 highest salary years is calculated, does that include overtime?
No. Overtime is not part of the PERS calculation. If you want, all kinds of weird things are, but overtime is not.
Okay.
Yeah, some uniforms, some are, some aren't. Boots might be and shirts might not be. It's very, very strange law. Very difficult to keep up with.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah. Right.
okay.
I don't think people heard that. Do we need to have what Monique just said?
Sure.
I just want to make sure that we're,
The PEPR provision eliminates a lot of the additional pays, such as specialty pay. It is not included in the retirement calculation.
okay, thank you.
Second
Sorry.
question.
Director Tom.
The percentages that the employer and the employee pay are based upon, and correct me if I'm wrong, they're based upon some assumptions made by CalPERS.
Right. They have a whole bank of actuaries who get paid a lot of money to do stuff. I have no clue what they're doing. But yeah, they make assumptions.
So if those assumptions turn out to be erroneous,
Right.
then those percentages can increase.
That's correct. Well, yeah, that plus
Yeah.
they also have to estimate how long you're going to live, at what age you're going to retire, all the life insurance stuff. And then on top of that, they've got to figure out the
How
public agency part of it.
And what PERS is going to achieve in terms of its
Right.
investment portfolio.
Right.
Yeah.
It's not a job you'd want to be paid for according to your accuracy.
Director Thompson?
Question and a comment. The question being is the unfunded liability for this district increasing, or is it trending to decrease? How are we looking, say, 5 years down the line, 3 years down the line?
Well, all things remaining equal, it will decrease by the amounts that we've shown. And I can show you they actually give us a chart that's got 30 years worth of payments and what the balance is after you make each payment. And it's really strange because like this year it's 280,000. It just, I don't know how they figure it out. There's no consistency to it. It would go down if everything they assume is correct, but they renew their assumptions every year. So projecting it, I have no clue. I could look back. I don't have any old reports, but I could try to get some and
Just
say where we
curious,
were
yeah.
5 years ago compared to now.
Yeah. And the comment being that, as you pointed out, the board used to pay the pension costs for all the employees, and within the last 5-6 years that I've been on the board has taken the position with new agreements with the employee group that they pay an increasingly larger amount of their PERS costs.
All current employees pay the full portion of their retirement. Even the ones that have been here a long time, everybody pays their share.
Question on the information about the liabilities and how we're trending. If we look at the past audits, isn't some of that information in there? And I think if I was going over them, we have actually reduced the amounts. It's in some of the financial notes, like, because I just have been recently perusing the audits.
Yeah,
Imagine that.
that's a good
I don't
point.
know what I would ever possibly have said that sentence in my life,
Yeah.
but yeah. So I think and I think that we are trending in a good direction, because when I was looking at the one from like 11 or 10, it was not happy. Unless I was reading it wrong, which.
That's a good
audits are
point. I
not.
hadn't thought of that. It's probably there.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I think we can move forward. So that's money that we have to spend no matter what. That 500,000, 553 goes out no matter what.
Well, what do you mean, no matter what? Yeah,
It's in the budget because it's the money that has to be spent.
right, it's part of
not
our
discretionary. It's
employee
something that we don't
costs.
have an
Right,
option on.
Right, that's correct. The rest of the budget is pretty much what we talked about at the special meeting on the 4th or the 5th, whenever it was. There are basically no changes to the fire budget. It's balanced. It includes annual payment for the fire truck, and it includes a command pickup truck, which we're in the process of finalizing shortly. The Facilities and Resources Department is a balanced budget. did transfer $38,000 in property taxes to the Park and Recreation Department to help support the East Ranch Park improvements. Park and Rec includes the $303,000 for the East Ranch Park contract, which includes all three components of that contract: the grading and parking, demo of the Phillips House, and the dog park. The admin department is balanced because it's all allocated out to the other departments and funds, and there are no there are no property taxes in here, and it includes annualized cost of purchasing an administration office over. This is a 15-year annualization, and this is a 5-year annualization for the finance software, $175,000. I'm sorry. Pardon?
I believe it says it's 17,500. Isn't that 10
Oh, that is
10
10.
years?
You're right. That's 10 years. That's correct. I'm sorry. You're right. Wastewater fund is balanced. However, as we've talked about, or not we, as the board talked about earlier, there's nothing in this budget for capital improvements, and that's there's a huge need here. We're all aware of that, and we just need to figure out how we can get there. It does include $15,000 for rate study, which staff is going to recommend we do as soon as we can. The water fund has three components. The water operations has got a $180,000 surplus. SWF operations, there's no budget because we don't anticipate operating during the year. And the capital cost recovery program has a $65,000 deficit. And that's the bulk of that budget is for debt service, but there is other reporting that's got to be paid for during the year, and that comes out of that particular budget. The capital project revenue still, we've received all of this money now. We have nothing coming in. We've received $13,321,000, and we have authorized budgeted expenditures of $13,202,000, which leaves us $119,000 that's unauthorized. This I'm not sure. Yeah, I'll talk about that in a second. The Water Operations Department, I found out the budget as it's proposed only includes $50,000 for the Stewart Street tank, and we actually need $64,000. So the budget that I bring back in June will include $64,000 for the Stewart Street tank, which will reduce, this by $14,000. Cost recovery. The $961,000 includes debt service and reporting and maintenance, even though the plant's not operating. And then the capital project fund, our budget, doesn't include any admin costs. We had talked about the possibility of putting admin costs in here, but the direction that I understood we got from the board last meeting was not to do that, so I have not done that. There's no admin cost included in the capital project budget. So what we're looking for, as far as direction, I think property tax, admin, franchise fee allocation, and admin cost allocation to SWF, we have direction on that, and we're moving. We're still looking for direction on a vehicle replacement policy and policies on interfund loans, whether we're going to charge interest or not, and if we're going to schedule repayments or just kind of wait until we have money available. And that's the end of my presentation.
The budget is one of the biggest things that we do. Let's have some discussion. Director Behringer?
Well, I just, I want a little clarification if I can. And I know you have all these slides, but if you have your little packet, on page 23, when we talk about the Sustainable Water Facility Capital Project, you have $13 million in revenues, or budgeted expenditures of $13.2. and then unbudgeted of 119. In that 13.2, do we have the $700,000, 722 future mitigation funds not yet committed? Is that actually in that 13.2?
Yes,
Okay.
it's in there. It's
So-
included as part of that. These budgeted expenditures are not expended necessarily. They're just budgeted. We have budget authority, but we haven't necessarily spent it.
Right, so as we get these, we have some conditions, let's say, on the, on the brine pond, or we have some more fence we have to put up. We've already authorized $722,538 of that to be expended. But how does that relate to the unbudgeted $119,000?
Well, the 119, you could use that too. You could say, what we did is we took $1 million and we said, we're going to budget this for future mitigation expenses. And out of that million, so that $1 million is included in this 13,202,000. Out of that $1 million, we've spent a little over 200,000. So we have about 790,000 that we haven't committed yet. If you got that down to zero, if we spend another almost $800,000 on mitigation and we want to spend another 119,000, you can authorize expenditure of this 119,000. That would be in addition to the initial $1 million that we set aside.
Where would that money come from?
It's cash. We've got it right
cash,
there.
okay,
There's $13 million in cash.
Okay, thank you. I understand now. Thank you.
Are there any other questions?
Well, I have a comment.
And we have to discuss the issues that Patrick has asked.
Right, the two issues, the vehicle replacement policy and the policies on interfund loans. We got a good picture of what a vehicle replacement policy would entail, and I also think that we don't have enough information at the moment to address that today. So, my recommendation is we accept that and take some months, perhaps, to absorb that. But policies on interfund loans, I think we can discuss, and I have an opinion, but I'd be interested in other people's opinion also.
I think it's an important, because I didn't see anything in the wastewater about paying back the 466,000 that we had approved to cover the shortage from last.
So if I could just follow through on, I think what I said last time is that interfund loans should be clear. I think it should have an interest rate, a small interest rate, so that, because apparently that interest we're paying ourselves, so it's not like it's really costing us money from a bank or anything, but it encourages us to pay that back, and it makes it very transparent that it's not going to be there forever. Maybe payment schedules could be made, et cetera. And if it affects, especially if it could affect a department's budget,
Which it will.
which it will, so that, the people that are operating and, the operational aspects are going to want that to be repaid, and it's very clear. So that would be my direction on that particular policy.
Vice President Sanders.
Yeah, I agree on the interfund loan issue, particularly because the borrowed money comes from the general fund. The general fund is the fund that we use to fund the fire department, and we are looking for money to keep our three safer firefighters on board permanently. So that's a small but incremental part of solving that long-term budget issue, which leads me to my next comment. This budget includes funding to keep the safer firefighters on board as permanent employees through the end of the fiscal year. As Patrick has phrased it, that's the short-term solution for keeping them on board. There's a long-term issue with respect to where the money is going to come from to keep them on board after this next fiscal year. For my money, if we adopt this budget and we bring those safer firefighters on board as permanent employees after the grant expires, to me, that means they are permanent employees and they will stay with us beyond the coming fiscal year, which means we're going to have to find the money to backfill the fire department budget in order to keep them on board. But I think we should make it very clear as a board, we owe it to those employees. If we approve this budget and they become permanent employees after the Safer Fire Grant runs out, they are permanent employees. They're not fiscal year to fiscal year. They have families, they have plans they have to make. We owe it to them to reassure them that they will be on board after the coming fiscal year. I have an idea for a revenue source that I'd like to bring to the Fire Ad Hoc Committee, Director Thompson, and we can discuss that at a Fire Ad Hoc Committee meeting and then maybe come back to the board with some proposals.
So if I may clarify, so you're saying that by implication of approving this year's budget, we're permanently determining that we are going to provide service of 4 firefighters on an engine by approving this budget, as opposed to having a separate discussion on whether that's something we can handle over the long term?
That's my position.
And I fully concur with the issue relating to having some security for those folks in that position, because it's hard to keep folks here, and I want to make sure that it's I completely concur on that side of things, but I don't particularly care for the idea of that once we do this, approve this budget, without having any further discussion about the up and downsides and whether or not it can be funded for the long term. Our intention, I would think, I mean, I concur with the intention to make those permanent, but I don't want it to be a foregone conclusion before the ad hoc committee gets a chance to actually get their hands around the numbers over the long haul. Director Berenger?
I'm interpreting what Director Sanders is saying is that not that it's part of the resolution to approve the budget, that we actually fund it through that budget process. But my understanding is what he's saying is the commitment is made that the goal of this board is to effectively find a source of money to make it happen, so that we're not hanging somebody out. And yes, we would have another discussion about that, but it would be clear that it's a board objective, goal, and commitment to make some funding source happen.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
Okay, that's a very good policy issue that isn't on our goals right now, but needed to be at the beginning of this year and should be as part of this budget. And that kind of goes without saying. It's more about the longer term and whether or not this community can afford, whether it's from within the funds we currently are already collecting or some other way, whether we can actually afford that level of service. And there's a lot of good arguments for it and not a lot against it, other than can we afford it. Other comments? Okay, besides the fact that I didn't see there was any loan in here, and we do need to give some guidance relating to how we're going to deal with. So let me take a step back. So one of the things that I heard was relating to the interfund loans, that maybe it would be good for us to put together something that gives a good picture of what it would mean to do an interfund loan rather than having to do it on an ad hoc basis, as we have been. And so for this budget, we're not going to solve that problem before this budget gets passed, but that is a policy that I think going forward we need to be addressing as the Finance Committee, maybe.
Sure.
So we'll take that moving forward with the goal of, before we have to prepare the budget for next year, we've got something in place to help give guidance on that
issue. Does that solve what you need, Patrick, for this particular budget?
It can. I'll just not put any payment in the budget. We just let the loan sit there with no interest or no payment?
Well, yeah, I think
Yeah,
we need to, yeah, and it will put the budget not in balance, though, which is a, if we're trying to get the budget into balance, which we've been out of balance for several years now because of all of the things going on. But I'd like to try and rein this back in so that we're living within our means or willing to put ourselves out there and say, sorry, we need some more money.
But I thought that we were going to give guidance today on that, and that the loans should be loans from one department to another, and it have a small interest rate. Can we deal with a small interest rate at this moment, or do we not?
I don't, Madam President, I don't think you're getting any argument there, Director Behringer. Maybe the best way to handle this is to allow the Finance Committee to develop a proposed policy, bring it back to the board, and we can make an interim mid-year budget adjustment to handle that. Okay.
And hopefully we can use the same process for the capital improvements that need to be done. And we can, I don't know where the infrastructure committee is on having some kind of recommendation on what needs to be in there for this budget year. Can you turn your mic on? Okay, so I'm hearing we can do that by our next meeting. Can you turn your mic on?
In fact, I think if we can give you information prior to, do you have a budget meeting again? Or a finance committee meeting before next?
Yeah.
So why don't we try and get you something within 2 weeks? At least to formally put the CIP that we have for
I think we need to have the discussion at the board level of the CIP program. If we're going to create a loan, essentially, an inter-fund loan to cover the projects that are needed right away, I think that needs to be. How do you feel about that, Vice President Sanders?
Of course, but we can give you some information so that you can consider it at your.
I'm all for information.
At your meeting, yeah.
Talk it to me.
We just need the list prioritized. And so we know what kind of dollars we're looking at, and then we can wrap a policy around that.
Okay, and we'll try and get that water one started too, so, okay.
There's a couple things. I'm looking at page 399, which is attachment C, page 3 of 3. I think this was just an oversight that the capital outlay near the bottom of that page, that money is not in the budget. Yes, 399 near the bottom. It says capital outlay finance mini skid steer, but I didn't see that in the budget, the skid steer. I think it was taken out of the budget to balance the budget.
Yeah, we actually took that out of the budget.
Okay, so.
I'll take the note out.
Okay, well, I mean, it's good to know if we need to have a piece of equipment like that, it's good to know that we need to be.
You don't want to know about
be.
all the equipment we need?
No, I don't want to know about, no, I don't. But that's
Okay.
why but something that's worth 35 grand, maybe.
Staff would like a lot of stuff, but we decided we could do without that.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. One of the other things that I think is, there's two in the water department and the wastewater department. There's something called contingency. I'd rather that we pick projects and/or set a thing that says this money is essentially set aside in case there's an emergency. So when there's an emergency, we don't run into the red, or we don't have to run too far into the amount that we have in LAIF. I don't think it's a contingency if there's no policy restricting what you spend it on. It's more like a slush fund in that department. I mean, it has to be spent in that department, but it without any specific, you know, it just becomes an amount
What
sitting
we've
there.
done in the past, if you look at the, like say in the wastewater department, there are a bunch of maintenance line items, and we really don't know where the maintenance is going to come up, so we just put like 10,000 in each item. So this year, on the zero-based budget concept, we said, we're only going to list in those maintenance items what we know we're going to do, and we're going to identify those in the comments below. And then whatever revenue we have that doesn't exceed our expenditures, we're going to put in this contingency field, because we know that stuff is going to come up. As a matter of fact, we feel like more is going to come up than what we've got in that contingency field. It's about 60 or 70,000 wastewater and 100,000 in water. And so that's why that's in there, so that when these emergencies come up, we'll actually have the authority to spend money to fix them. We could take that contingency fee out of there altogether, and that would leave us with a slight surplus at the bottom, and then we could come back to the board every time something breaks and say, oh, we want to fix this.
No, I don't want you to
or
have
that.
to come back every time something breaks, but I do, what I do want to make sure is happening is we're not just kind of haphazardly maintaining certain things and not having a plan. We have to have some money, and that we do have some money that's sitting there in case of a major leak that we have to address and, you know, hire contractors and such to deal with.
I think-
But I think there's kind of a,
I think what Patrick's saying as a point of clarification, Madam President, is
yes, please.
historically, we've had line items and we've identified things that we think may need repair at the wastewater treatment plant. But historically, other needs arise and we reallocate those funds to meet those immediate needs. So you had used the word, terminology, slush fund. What we're doing is just compiling one fund, and if a motor goes out, the funds would come from that. If a blower goes out, the funds would come from that. But I can assure you that even though there's not a certain amount of specificity towards the project, the money will be used wisely. So
I'm just kind of looking for a guideline that says something along the lines of operations are halted unless we do this thing, or operations are significantly hampered if we do this thing, unless we take care of this particular thing right now. That's all I'm really looking for, is a guideline that basically says, not we feel like we need to add an extra little part of a panel to lift station 9, but it's actually something that is operationally, you have to do it because operationally, otherwise the wastewater plant breaks down,
I
or this
understand,
happens, or
yeah.
there's the leak, you know.
you're saying that those funds should be directly tied to things of the utmost priority and importance versus
Urgency and
and
yeah.
I mean, and what I can do is instruct staff that it is a tight budget for 17-18, and that before you allocate funds, and I would even, you know, I don't even mind running it by the, you know, the ad hoc committee as it relates to repairs and stuff, you know?
Director
Not
Barron.
a problem.
Yes, Madam President. My question is, actually to staff, is that the general manager can authorize $25,000 without any kind of interruption or approval from the board. But if you have $70,000 in this fund, would he be able to make that $25,000 commitment out of that fund because we pre-authorized it? I'm just trying to clarify or get clarification myself. Or would even in that instance that he's pre-approved to 70,000, can he just take all 70,000 because it's in a contingency fund and do it? Is that true?
If it's
or
in the
not?
budget, I think he has authorization to spend it.
But I wouldn't know. I would, if it's a $25,000 item, then of course I would have the ability to do that. But with the caveat of being concerned that I would quickly liquidate that $75,000. I know there's been concerns and talk, and rightfully so, about the telemetry aspect of things and spending money on telemetry, and but I think because we're working off a very limited budget right now, we really need to watch our dollars and spend that money wisely. And my direction to the district engineer and to his departments would be that, so let's go back to our purchasing policy. The supervisors only have a $5,000 limit within our purchasing policy. They shouldn't be spending any more than that. Even when they do spend anything close to that, the department manager should be made aware of it. But no, I understand what you're saying is we have a limited amount of money. We need to use it wisely. We don't need to just arbitrarily use it because it's in a general category. And I think, and and that's an important point. I mean,
Well,
Frank?
can I? Oh.
Yes, go ahead.
I was just going to say that we do have a purchasing policy, and so the most he can authorize is $25,000 on any one transaction. So he can't just come in and say, it's an emergency, so I'm going to spend 60 with this consultant. He can't do that. What he could do is he could, spend 25 here, 25 there, and 25 there, and that 70,000 would be gone, because he has the authority to spend 75, and he can do it up to 25,000 at a time. That's not likely, but I hope that answers your question. He can't just do it in one fell swoop.
But that's kind of what I was getting to, is I think that by providing some kind of trigger that says this contingency fund, it doesn't have to be brought to the board if it's something that's going to interrupt operations, or is it urgent regulatory matter or something of that nature, then those things don't, I mean, state law, correct me if I'm wrong on this, but I understand with the purchasing policy, even if we have a purchasing policy, that we still aren't, he's not allowed over 25 grand in a single, I think that's a state law, yeah? No? That's just our purchasing policy?
With contracts, you can
Okay.
spend a lot of money.
Okay, then that's my misunderstanding on that one. So that's all. It's just one little thing, but I think that it's the kind of thing that if the board can look at between this budget and the next budget year, it gives much more leeway, I think, during the year for the general manager to do what he needs to do, and it assures that we're having accountability in terms of what the money is actually being spent on.
would you feel more comfortable with the terminology of plant maintenance versus just contingency?
Unplanned maintenance is fine.
Yeah,
Unplanned
I mean,
repairs is all fine with me. I
It's
just don't.
it's just a matter of.
I know it's
No, but I mean, I
semantics,
understand
kind of,
what you're
but
saying.
it's not.
And also too, I think we do have a set of checks and balances in place, but again, we have an ad hoc committee that reports every month. We have a general manager's report. We have a wastewater report. I think, specifically indicating in there what money out of that fund has been spent every month to give the board an idea of where we are and is important. I really do. I understand what you're saying.
Thank you, I appreciate that. I think that that's all that I really had, except that I want to make sure that we all recognize that we keep, that we're already starting behind the 8 ball in a way, because we already approved a $466,000 loan for the wastewater for the prior fiscal year, and there's deficit still. I believe we ended in the year in deficit in water too, so I just want us to all recognize that this balanced budget, we're still starting with -0 and not just zero. And I appreciate the hard work that the general manager and the finance manager have put into this. I think that
And I think
it's mind-numbing sometimes, and we lost the rest of our.
No, they're gone.
If it weren't for AGP and Chief Hollingsworth.
Yeah, I think the Prop 1 avenue, I think the Energy Watch avenue, I think continuing to work with Senator Flores if the board decides to keep him on. I think all those different things are going to be, possibly looking at revising the rate structure. All those things are a formula to answer the concerns that the board and myself have with regards to the infrastructure.
The one thing that I'm not hearing really is I'm not hearing a lot about how do we reduce the expenditures we have. And it's hard to tell looking at this which expenditures we do have even any leeway on. Sure, small tools, that's a pretty obvious one. We have some leeway on that whether or not we need to spend that. Personnel costs, we don't have any leeway. So I don't know how much money in this overall budget is even has any wiggle room at all. And that's makes it, and I don't, that's not to put this down. This is like a huge improvement. And I've put a lot of energy into this year because numbers is not my favorite thing in the world, but it is what I do for a living. So, it's one of those things that I've really dug into this year, and I appreciate everybody's patience on it. If they're Vice President Sanders and then Director Farmer.
Yeah, I just have one question. I'm jumping out a little bit ahead here, but we had a discussion about the need for the influence screen at the wastewater treatment plant. Is that a super critical item?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and we budget
at the top of your priority list for the
yeah,
wastewater treatment plant.
and we budgeted this fiscal year for it in its entirety, and we were hoping to. Well, we've received the product. I don't think we've made a final. In a perfect world, we'd like to be able to pay for it all and get it installed in this fiscal year. We don't think that's going to happen. But we did budget $220,000 this last year, I think, for everything. But anyway,
So it's not just the influence screen, but it's all of the engineering and the
yeah, there was
contractor and
Corel Engineering is designing it,
yeah.
and they're going to be preparing the bid docs, which we have. So we have all the bid docs. So there's three components. There's the purchase of the influence screen. There's the design of the influence screen, and then that design will go out to bid, and then there's the installation cost associated with the screen.
And what's the estimate for the whole thing?
We budgeted $220,000. Yeah, so I think the screen, Corella Engineering, and we're hoping that we can get the installation done. And that's building, that's just not installing it, that is fabricating the necessary platform in which it sits on, and then doing the installation of the screen, elevating it, and doing all the installation. We're hoping that comes in. We budgeted $80,000 for that, so we're hoping that comes in.
It was
So essentially, the rest is
69, oh,
The only thing left is the installation. Is that correct?
That's correct. Now, we do have, I believe, we've only made one payment on the influence screen. We haven't paid Corella Engineering in their entirety. But those, once they submit the plans to us, we can finalize the payment on the influence screen.
Yeah.
We can finalize the payment this fiscal year I'm talking about to Corella Engineering.
So what would be the hit? What I'm looking for is a number
Mm-hmm.
for FY 17-18. If the board
okay.
were to decide that that's such a critical project that it has to go forward, what amount would we budget?
okay, what we had budgeted for the current fiscal year was for the purchase was $69,000, for the soils, boring, and design was $57,000,
Right.
and for the construction and installation was $85,000. So the first two, I think we'd pay for this year for sure.
So we're looking at $85,000?
$85,000 for construction and installation, yeah.
But that has been budgeted within this fiscal year.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I understand,
but-
but we're going into a new fiscal year.
Correct.
That
That money would go
this
back.
budget would go away.
Correct.
So before the Finance Committee meets, I just want to get an idea of how critical that component of the
Yeah.
wastewater plan is, and
It's probably the most,
it's gonna
I would say if there's two critical components, would be the main panel, the main breaker coming into the facility, because that impacts other things. But I would say this is probably the most important component, because it's causing so many operational problems. It's not removing, it's causing aeration problems, it's causing blower problems, it's causing pump problems, it's causing,
so theoretically, if we spend the money, we can save some money.
oh, absolutely, absolutely. You would save, Because,
lot.
yeah, it's.
I mean, we don't want to be penny wise and pound foolish here.
Yeah, it's probably, again, I would say, the most important component that we need to install, because it's going to start cleaning, quote, cleaning up the plant. It's clogging our pumps, it's clogging our pipes, it's clogging the aeration basin, it's,
Should help the power bill to go down a little bit too, yeah, maybe.
yeah, I mean.
Pumps aren't working as hard. And
Yeah, your efficiency of your pumps are going to go up, everything. That's a very good point, So I would say, and it's a major, major capital improvement project, to think that we're not doing capital improvements is, once we get this in, it's going to make a big difference on the overall operation
So,
of the
Madam
plant.
President, we should talk about this between now and the date this budget is back on
Absolutely,
for adoption.
absolutely. I mean, it's less than the amount that we pay to Dean Flores, so we can definitely find the money for it, in my opinion. I just have a question in the water fund. I'm looking at page 412, and I'm going to also refer to page 415. This is in the water fund operations. Under revenues, there's a category called resource conservation. So all of these revenues are assigned to resource conservation. Is that true?
Yes.
And so we're looking at 171,163 in revenue under those sources. Then if you look at page 415, where it says resource conservation under the expenditures, we're expending 39,000.
Right.
So that other 140,000 that comes in under resource conservation is going to other water fund operations.
Yes.
And I just wanted to double check that I was reading that correctly, because I think there's a policy in place already about water efficiency program being funded, and we have money coming in. And I understand the difficulties, but this is a more of a process thing than anything. If it's coming in for resource conservation, but we're spending it elsewhere, that says there isn't any kind of guidelines about how that money is spent. Like we could easily say this year, we've already said the franchise fees go for the park. That's the policy. So do we want to have the resource conservation monies that are coming in that are supposed to be for resource conservation? Even if you set it aside for leak detection, for heaven's sakes, that's resource conservation. It doesn't have to be about rebates. It doesn't have to be about replacing toilets. It can easily be, or providing shower heads. It could be things that help prevent us from having a limited source. So I'm just thinking, going forward, again, this is not something we're going to solve before this next fiscal year's budget is approved, but I don't know if I'm the only one that thinks this way. And if that's the case, then we don't need to go down the road on some of these things. But I think it's important that we let the general manager do what he needs to do
Madam President,
without being in a way.
What would you spend the money on?
Honestly, right now, I don't even know, because I didn't even know if that was a correct interpretation of looking at those numbers. I think it's a discussion the board could have. We could spend it, for heaven's sakes, we could say that we're going to spend it on the BRP. We could spend it on lot mergers. There's a lot of things we need to do in order for us to be able to give out, in order to issue new water meters or get anything moving forward again. I think it's important we have this conservation program in place, solidly in place. So I would like to see it spent on the the water efficiency program.
Yeah, I was going to point out that this is the way it was set up when I got here.
Right.
It includes waitlist fees. Waitlist fees are supposed to be used to pay for the maintenance of the waitlist. There was a rate study done. It said you use so many hours, So that probably really shouldn't be under resource conservation. Either that, or we need to transfer the cost of doing that into this expense area. But I really think waitlist fees should go up under normal revenue.
Okay, and those are the kinds of things that I think we can be straightening out, and that I'm
Yeah.
very thankful that Patrick's here to help us get, wouldn't have never noticed it except for all of the hard work
Right.
that Patrick's been doing.
The other thing, so then you're really talking about remodel fees. Are remodel fees supposed to be applied to
I believe, I think,
resource conservation?
I mean, I know the retrofit in lieu fees are supposed to, but I don't know. I mean, that's one of the things that I think when we're looking at the water supply committee, it's looking at the. Yeah, there isn't. Yeah, there is. So, I hope I didn't confuse things more, but that was a discussion point for the board. I wanted to make sure it was. Patrick, did you get the questions that you still had related to needing? Okay. Then I think. Unless, Director Farmer.
Thank you. On page 389, under, I guess I would call it emergency water facility analysis in the various budgets. And Patrick, you discuss, where costs are kind of distributed with regard to the budget. Sound like at the last, before conclusion, just the last paragraph there, budgets for the SWF do not include the cost of admin department support for SWF's operations that's currently in the water department. So staff will need direction from the board about when to start including the admin costs to support the SWF into one or more of the SWF budgets. But what I would like to request is that considering that this facility is the most expensive undertaking that this district has ever moved on, and that there are rate increases for the ratepayers of this community for the next 5 years, that perhaps at some point you could, maybe at the end of this fiscal year, come up with kind of an itemized account of how much we have spent toward this facility. Like how much did we pay Michael Baker International and CDM Smith and Abalone Analytics, and cost of, what we sent to the regional board. And all of those costs, because people are paying money for this facility, in addition to just the $600,000 to purchase it. And whether people are in favor of this facility or opposed to it, I think it would be a good favor that we could do to the ratepayers of this community to give them an idea as to how and where the monies are being spent for this very expensive facility, especially since their rates have increased to do that. Is that possible?
We do it every month in the finance manager's report.
What I'm saying is, if you could, it's all kind of spread out there, and if there's a way that you could just like put that in one item, so the members of the community could have some awareness of that, so that they don't have to necessarily move through it. Does that make any sense at all?
I can show you what we generate, and if it's not what you're asking, then maybe I think we provide that. Whenever I provide a financial statement, there's a 3-page printout that shows for the SWF, for the capital project, what's been budgeted and what's been expended, and that includes CDM Smiths, CDM constructors, it includes all the startup costs, things like that. And then on the operational side, I don't break it down by Michael Baker or whatever, but it shows the cost, because we have to expend everything to a category. Maybe if we could sit down, I could show you what I got, and you could explain to me how you would rather see it. And I'll come up with whatever I can come up with.
All right, thank you.
Just quick question on the cost allocation from the admin department. You've got a couple of, I'm looking at 423 specifically, but it's probably on each of the pages. You've got 27.8% for water and 25% for SWF. So does that mean that for the admin labor applied to the department, we're looking at almost more than 50% of the labor for the admin department is being allocated to water?
Right.
Okay. I was just making sure I understood what that said.
But it all, but
And
nothing.
that's the intention there.
Nothing goes to SWF, it all goes to the water department.
Right,
But
I
it is-
understand that.
It is included in what's charged to the water fund. That's
Okay.
correct.
Would it be the amount that was allocated to the water department, would that percentage change, or it's just split between the two the SWF and water?
I'm sorry.
So if it was just, if we didn't have the SWF,
Yeah.
would we still be allocating almost 52%? Maybe, maybe
I
not.
kind
Hard to
of
say.
doubt it, but I honestly don't know.
Okay.
You know, it
Okay.
depends on
That's
where.
a- That's a perfectly good answer. And if it doesn't trigger anything for anybody else, then we can leave that lie for right now. And I think that's, unless there's somebody else, I think we have future agenda items, which I just have the, setting the date of June 15th for the SEIR. I move that.
I won't be available at that date, but obviously the four of you can move forward, and everyone else and staff can move forward without me. Thank you.
I don't know that I like that, but I don't think that there's anything I can do about your availability on that day.
No,
Is
I
there?
won't be in the community on that day.
Okay, okay. I move that we set a date of June 15th.
If
to
it
have a hearing.
requires a second, I'd second that.
Mr. Carmel,
What time?
June 15th,
Midday?
Time.
2?
2 PM, oh, wonderful. Yeah, great. No.
And that'll be the only item on that agenda, I think. 2 p.m.? Yes, 2 p.m.
Just out of curiosity,
Yes?
is there a way of doing it on Wednesday, the 14th? Or is that impractical?
I think the noticing would allow for it, but yeah, it's a tight, yeah. The 14th, the Wednesday, the 14th?
Would the 14th work? Is it legal?
Would we have
Can we
enough
do it
time? Do you know if the Veterans Hall is available for that 14th? Okay.
That's true.
Oh, yes, okay.
Well, I don't want to be the one person that inconveniences a lot of other people, so it's not that big a deal.
Yeah, how about we give the president the authority to make it the 14th or the 15th, and I can.
Let's
make-
check with
you know.
Michael Baker International, see if they're available on the 14th, at least to give a look. Are you available, Vice President Sanders, on the 14th?
I am. I would request that we also have a closed session.
On that day?
On that date
Okay.
to get an update on where we are with the Regional Water Quality Control Board, the library, and this letter that was received.
Agreed.
Yes.
Unlock their attorney.
Did you get the 3 items? Okay. And
Madam President, would you like the closed session prior to the budget board meeting? Seems to work out well.
yeah, if we do it prior, can we do the regular part of the meeting at 3 instead? So we have to start the closed session at 2?
I don't think an hour is going to be enough to, do you think an hour is enough to go over all that stuff?
What time would you want to start the closed session?
Noon.
Can you make it?
Can we make the closed session for 1?
Because just historically, they
And we
always
can
go a little
change
bit longer than we
the meeting.
anticipate,
No,
so. Okay.
Madam President, on the 14th, I actually have to be in court on the morning of the 14th. It probably won't be over until noon.
Okay.
So,
1 o'clock?
1 o'clock would be fine. I think that's more than
Will
enough
1
time.
o'clock
that
work
work?
for you? It's too tight.
it's a little tight.
2 o'clock.
How about 1:30?
Why don't we have the closed session after our regular meeting at 2?
But is the information in the closed session be useful for us in the SEIR hearing?
We believe we can do it. We believe we can do 3 items in an hour if we're just succinct and well prepared. So if it's okay with the board, we can do 2
We'll do
o'clock.
it after, then we've got the more time.
Okay.
If it's not time sensitive to have before the
Okay.
hearing for the
Whatever you-
SEIR, then,
Okay.
so 2 PM, June 15th, pending
checking with MBI, see if they can possibly do it on the 14th to accommodate. LHMP possibility of having a joint. I'm contacting Chief Putney, but I'll bring that back if I need to. Is there anything that we need to have on the June agenda that I don't necessarily know about? Because I think unless I'm crazy, I can gladly take suggestions from anybody on agenda items for the regular meeting. I would like to adjourn this meeting in memory of Richard Stacy. Thank you, everybody, for coming. I don't like sitting in the middle. I can't see everybody.